Good evening. It's my pleasure to call this meeting to order this evening. Our first order of business this evening is the...
Roll call.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Insko?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Here.
Our first order of business this evening is the election of Trustee Board President. Is there a nomination for President?
I would like to nominate Raj Rajagopal for president.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Rajagopal, do you accept such nomination?
I accept it. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Greg.
Okay.
All right. I shall call the roll. Mr. Insko? I'm sorry.
You're going to have a motion to appoint a president then?
I thought that's what we just did.
Well, he's been nominated, and you're going to close the nominations?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We'll close the nominations for president with Mr. Rajagopal as the only nominee. So is there a motion to appoint Mr. Rajagopal as the board
I
president?
motion that we would appoint Raj Rajagopal as president of the Board of Trustees.
I'll second the motion.
All right. If there is no discussion, I'll call the roll. Mr. Insko?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
And Trustee Vice President?
Don't look at me. Can I nominate Raj for that too?
No. You want to do it?
It doesn't make any difference to me. Is this the part where we're supposed to have a lengthy discussion about all this?
No, but is it something you're interested in?
Not really. None of this ever, the president or vice president never appealed to me, just because in the past it was always based on ego, and I hated that. And so I wanted nothing to do with it, quite frankly. The reality is the board president just runs the meetings. They don't have superpowers, as you found out over the last year. And you did a great job. Raj stepped up, wanted to do it. Didn't make any difference to me.
Would
So
you
that's
like to
fine.
do it?
No. Yeah, I would nominate you to be the vice president if you truly insist.
I'll second it.
Second nomination. All right. Heather, can you...
Sure. I just had to write all of this down, so. All right. Are there any other nominations for vice president?
Not from me.
Not for
All
my...
right. I shall close the nominations for vice president with Mr. Unger as the nominee. Mr. Unger, you accept such nomination?
Yes, I do.
And is there a motion for?
I'll make the motion.
I second it.
All right. Mr. Insko?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
All right. Mr. Raj,
I was going to say, from this point forward, Raj, you run the meeting.
Okay.
this is yours, Mr. Raj.
Hey!
You want to trade chairs, or you
No.
find?
How sharp is that thing? That's what I want to know.
We'll do that at the
It's
next
not
meeting.
sharp, but it is fairly heavy.
Go
I
ahead,
just
Raj.
want to thank Greg and Dan for appointing me the president of the board. I think we all doing a great job on doing for the township, and I'll do the same.
Amen.
And now start the meeting now.
We have the organizational items here.
Okay. Jeff, would you start a special meeting, right? ORC?
We're on section 4A right now.
Okay.
Sure. Board, good evening. I recommend, let's see, the first item of business this evening is a motion appointing members to the Tax Incentive Review Committee. I recommend the appointment of Jenna LeCount and Rachel McKinney as representatives to the Hamilton County Tax Incentive Review Committee. Both women have served capably as representatives of the township on this committee since January of last year.
I motion that we do such a thing.
I'll offer a second.
Mr. Insko?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item is a motion to appoint a representative to the Solid Waste Management District Policy Committee. Recommend the appointment of Trustee Rajagopal to the Solid Waste District Policy Committee. Trustee Rajagopal has served as the representative on this board since January 2018.
I would motion that we do such a thing.
I'll offer a second.
I'll second.
He seconded.
You could third it.
You call for discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. call for any discussions?
Not for my.
Not for my.
None.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item is a motion to appoint a member of the Board of Directors of the Colerain Township, City of Cheviot Joint Economic Development District Number 1. Recommend the appointment of Bruce Carpenter to the Board of Directors of the Colerain Township Joint Economic Development District to serve as the business member. Mr. Carpenter has served on this board since 2015.
I'll make the motion.
And I'll second it.
Any discussions?
Not for my.
Not for my.
Good job, Raj.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item is a motion to appoint representatives, a representative and an alternate to the Board of Directors of the Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana Regional Council of Governments. Recommend the appointment of Trustee Unger as the representative to the Board of Directors and myself as the alternate. Trustee Unger has represented the township since January 2018, and I've been an alternate since 2016.
I'll make the motion.
A second. Any discussions?
None for me.
Not for my either.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Next item is a motion to approve the continuation of employment and payment of part-time employees at the current rates. This is a motion that trustees consider every year at the organizational meeting and recommend the adoption of the motion.
I'll make the motion.
I second it. Any discussions?
None for me.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item is a motion to approve the 2019 meeting dates. Recommend the adoption of a motion to establish the following dates as the regular trustee meetings for 2019. This item was tabled from December meeting and was amended to reflect the trustees' desire to change the second meeting of the month during nuisance abatement season from special meetings to regular meetings. The meeting dates are included in the board packet.
I'll make the motion.
I second it. Any discussions?
Jeff, in our conversations, I had requested that we would have 2 meetings a month. I guess it's on the agenda the way it is because you couldn't find
A second trustee.
a second trustee to do that.
You
That's
can
all.
still have 2 meetings, but we just won't be here.
That's all. No other discussion.
I
from
got
me.
one thing. I always think of having the neighborhood township, town hall meetings. How you going to
Those wouldn't,
do this?
sure, those wouldn't
This
be
meeting.
regular board meetings. Those would be special other meetings. And we can,
Schedule those accordingly.
yeah, we can schedule
Yeah.
those.
We still can schedule town hall meetings.
Yes.
Yeah, usually, Raj, when we have those, in the past, it would be because there was something major going on, the Rumpke expansion, for example, or something like that. But I'm assuming if you want to have one just to have one, there's nothing wrong with that. But typically, it's because there's something large in our community going on.
In fact, it's in our strategic plan this year.
In the town hall meetings, is it possible all the trustees could be present?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. We can't vote on
As
anything,
long
but
as we would advertise it 48
Yeah.
hours ahead of time or longer.
is it 48 hours, Larry? 24.
Okay.
Jeez, Dan, how did you ever?
Well, we can advertise something like that.
Yeah.
a lot more.
Obviously, we would advertise it much longer out than that because you want as many people to come as possible. And if you do it in too short a notice, nobody shows up. Where are we at on this, Heather?
We've
Okay.
had a motion and a second and discussion, so if you're all finished with discussion, we can call the roll.
Call
Fine.
for the roll.
Okay. Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
And Mr. Unger?
No.
Board, the next item is a motion to authorize the administrator to sign purchase orders equal to or less than $2,500. Recommendation is to approve a motion. State law, such a motion. State law allows township trustees to delegate the authority to sign purchase orders with a value equal to or less than $2,500 to the township administrator so that business can be conducted efficiently.
I would motion we do such a thing.
I'll offer a second.
I'll second.
No, it's a discussion.
Oh, any discussions?
Not for mine.
Not for mine.
I have, okay, no discussions.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item is a motion to establish Robert's Rules of Order as the procedural guidelines for conducting meetings of the trustees. Recommend adoption of such a motion. Beginning in January of last year, the trustees formally adopted Robert's Rules as the rules by which meetings should be conducted.
Make the motion.
I'll second it.
I do have some discussion on this. So in years past, we had a board president, and the administrators had always gone to them for everything, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. So trustees have equal power. The board president simply runs the meetings. Now, I would be okay with, if we had an emergency situation and you had to get a hold of all three of us and you could only reach the board president, then the board president could make a decision. But outside of a circumstance like that, we all share equal power. If there's ever a time when we're asked to be somewhere or speak or anything like that, all three of us need to be given that fair chance. And it hasn't been an issue with this board. This board's been wonderful, but in the past, I can tell you there were ribbon cuttings that I was not even told about. It was painful. So the reality is the board president usually switches every year, but at any point, if Dan last year would have done a horrendous job, Raj and I could have voted him out and then appointed one of us or nominate one of ourselves. And the same's true with Raj. Or if I was, they could vote me out of being the president. But really, the president just runs the meetings. Dan did a great job over the last year, and I think Raj and I learned a lot from that. And I obviously welcome Raj and wish him all the success in the world. So with that being said, I would happily establish Robert's Rules of Orders with the understanding that trustees have equal power, and our administration needs to make sure that each trustee is included anytime that we're supposed to be in an event or speak or anything along those lines. Thank you.
No discussion from me.
Okay, I totally agree with Greg, and all three trustees were elected by the people, and people have the same expectation from each of us. We each have the equal power. Like Greg said, the president of the board, he runs the meeting, but every trustee should be part of the process of running the government, the township government, and he should be notified, get involved in all the decisions making. I totally agree with you, Greg.
All right.
Okay, call for the vote.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
And Mr. Runger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item is a motion authorizing the administrator to execute contracts with a value equal to or less than $10,000. This is a departure from past precedent, and it's the result of a change in state statute. You recall last year at this time, a similar motion was brought to the board, but the cap was $7,500. House Bill 500 changed that cap to $10,000, so this just keeps us in line with the statutory authorization limit. Recommendation is for approval.
I'll make the motion.
And I'll second it.
Any discussions?
Not for mine.
And that said, the control the trustees have is you need two of us to sign any purchase order over $2,500. So obviously,
Yes.
you're going to check with two of us to make sure that we agree with what you're doing as you've done in the past.
Yes, sir.
No other discussion from me.
So, any contract, it'll be more, it's all, we worried about transparency, what we're doing, it be publicly notified, what are the contract, what are you're going to signing in, correct?
So what we've done, because transparency is such an important thing, in the past year, what we've done, the big change was we created a consent portion of our agenda where all the contracts that I sign that are above 2,500, I think from 2,500 to 10,000, they go on that consent agenda. I sign it, they go on the consent agenda, and you all, and everybody has the opportunity to look at the terms and conditions of the contract. And so I don't think that we've ever been more transparent with our contracts than we are right now.
Thank you.
Sure.
Call for the vote. Yes.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board.
You just motion to adjourn.
Okay, we have motion to adjourn,
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
meeting is adjourned.
All right, Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Look, he's hungry. He wants to get out of here.
And Mr. Runger?
Aye.
Call the next meeting in order.
Call the roll.
Would you like me to call the roll?
Yes.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Here.
Very good. Board, I recommend that the board consider a motion to go into executive session in accordance with the Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22G1, to discuss the employment and compensation of public employees. Also, in accordance with Ohio Revised Code 121.22G3, to discuss pending or imminent litigation with the township attorney. And also in accordance with Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G8, to consider confidential information relating to specific business strategy and to discuss negotiations with other political subdivisions respecting requests for economic development assistance.
I would motion we do such a thing.
I'll offer a second.
Any discussions?
Not from me.
Would you please call for, any
No.
discussions?
I'll speak up if I have something.
Okay, call for the,
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Heather, would you please call for the order of the meeting?
Sure. Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Here. Pledge of allegiance.
Let's have,
Mr. Rajagopal, we have returned from executive session and there's nothing to report.
okay, thank you. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are starting 2019 with a tragic year. We lost our beloved police officer. Let us pray for his family and friends and for the township, and the safety of the officers and the safety of the firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather, would you give the report, fiscal officer report?
Sure. Mr. Barbier, we have minutes also from the January 10th, 2019 special meeting. We need to amend the agenda to approve those, or
I
can we?
think the agenda's already, they've been updated.
Okay. All right, so let's first consider the minutes of the December 11th, 2018 regular meeting.
I'll make a motion for approval.
And I'll second.
Any discussions?
Not for mine.
Not from I.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
All right, and then the January 10th, 2019 meeting.
I'll make the motion for approval.
I second. Any discussions?
Not from me.
Not for mine.
All right, Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
The next on the agenda is the presentation, swearing in of our police officers.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
We often do these swearing-in ceremonies, and often I wonder if we lose sight exactly what's happening and what we're doing. The men and women who take these oaths are making a binding promise with our community that they will serve with all their abilities, putting their personal safety second to that of our residents. Unfortunately, that was proven just 18 days ago. The oath of office is what separates the jobs of police and firefighters from many others. It's a promise on their word and character, and they are bound by law to uphold that oath. They're not just reciting words. We do this in these public meetings because we want to highlight the importance of the words they're going to say, and because that promise is being made to each one of our residents. So with that in mind, I'm going to call up our officers that are going to be sworn in. William Hain. William's here with his wife, Kelly. William is employed with the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office and is a 2014 graduate of Ashford University, where he received his bachelor's degree in emergency management and political science. He's a 2016 graduate of the Butler Tech Police Academy. Stand up front for me. Our second officer is Zach Elston. Zach's here with his wife, Tiffany. Zach was employed by the North College Hill Police Department and has 5 years' experience as a police officer. Mr. Elston is also a United States Air Force veteran and is currently serving our country in the Air Force Reserves. Mr. Elston is a Colerain Township resident and graduated from the Butler Tech Police Academy. Our last officer is Officer John Lammers. John's here with his mother, Gail. John's a 2018 graduate of Thomas More College, where he was an outstanding football player. John received his bachelor's degree in business administration and sports marketing. He's a 2018 graduate of the Butler Tech Police Academy. Do solemnly swear that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America,
I will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America,
the state of Ohio and its bylaws.
the state of Ohio and its bylaws.
I will abide by the Colerain Police Department mission and value statement,
I will abide by the Colerain Township mission and value statement,
code of ethics, rules and regulations,
rules and regulations,
and police department policy and procedure.
and police department policy and procedure.
I will faithfully discharge the duties of police officer
I will faithfully discharge the duties of police officer
in and for Colerain Township,
in and for Colerain Township,
Hamilton County,
Hamilton County,
state of Ohio,
state of Ohio,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability,
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
How many Band-Aids do you think they're going to need?
You'll have to have live, and then others you attend the speech if you want. Push until we cry. Congratulations, guys. Thank you.
I guess I'll take a second to thank all the employees that showed up to support them. I think that's really cool, you guys being back there. Looks like a calendar, January, February, March, April, May.
Thank you very much. The next on the agenda is the public hearing on zoning case.
Larry?
Do you have the sign-in sheet?
I'm assuming it's still out there.
I think there's one in there. He's got the, I think
there's
there's,
another one. So the public hearing will begin with a presentation by our planning director, and then potentially a presentation
different thing.
by the representative of the of Speedway, and then we will have an opportunity to hold a public hearing. So, Mr. Rajagopal, you'll open a public hearing and then close that public hearing after the two presentations, and then you'll consider the resolution.
Motion to open a hearing.
Okay. All right. So after Jenna, we'll open the public hearing. Very good. So, Ms. LeCount, would you like to begin your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Mills. We'll keep this relatively brief for you this evening. The request before you is to change the boundaries of two planned districts to redevelop the existing speedway location at 10270 Colerain Avenue. The proposal is to construct a new 4,600 square foot convenience retail store with 24 parking spaces. 8 of those are there would be 8 automobile fueling stations on the the western side of the property, and 3 commercial fueling lanes for truck customers on the eastern portion of the property. The 3.03 acre site has 280 feet frontage along Colerain Avenue and 550 feet of frontage along the newly constructed Generation Drive. The property slopes downward to the east and does currently have the existing Speedway gas station, and then just to the east, the vacant land where they would like to expand. Property is located north of 275, east of Colerain Avenue, and just south of the newly constructed Rumpke headquarters building. As I mentioned before, the proposal is to change the boundaries of 2 existing planned districts. We'd be moving the existing Speedway gas station from the Colerain Town Center planned district with the FDP that was originally approved in 1994 into the Struble Road Business Park planned district. That business park has a PDP which was originally approved in 2017. So we're taking a piece from each of those two planned districts, consolidating them and making them all part of the Struble Road Business Park Planned District. Automobile traffic would be separated from commercial truck traffic, with the general automobiles situated somewhat similar to what you see up there today, just reorganized a bit on the western half of this property. Commercial truck traffic would have one-way traffic on the eastern portion of the site. The Colerain Township Fire Department has an option on the property immediately adjacent to the proposed redevelopment, just to the east, for the construction of a new fire station. They have this option until June 30th, 2027. So I spoke with the fire chiefs, and they expressed some concerns about noise, dust, and light pollution, and they requested a vegetative screening be required along the eastern property line. This is something that has been discussed with the applicant, and you will see in the recommended conditions. The Hamilton County Regional Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions on December 6, 2018, and the recommendation before you this evening from your Colerain Township Zoning Commission on December 18, 2018, recommended approval of the major modification to the preliminary development plan with the following conditions. One, that all conditions approved as part of case Colerain ZA 2016-09 shall remain in effect for the zone amendment area. Two, that a common open space plan in compliance with the zoning resolution shall be submitted as part of the final development plan. This can be accomplished within the Struble Road Business Park. Three, that the site plan shall be revised to include the required 60 feet of right-of-way from the center line of Colerain Avenue in accordance with the Hamilton County Thoroughfare Plan. The streetscape landscaping will need to be adjusted to accommodate the additional right-of-way on the final development plan. Four, that buffer landscaping be provided along the east property line in accordance with section 14.5.2B of the zoning resolution. Five, that signage submitted with the final development plan comply with the style of the Rumpke office building to the north. And six, that a final development plan be submitted and approved by zoning commission addressing such issues as signage, buffering, landscaping, architectural design, etc. So that is the recommendation before you this evening. We are intending to have a public hearing at this time.
Unless you have any questions for Jenna, we will need a motion to open the public hearing.
Is there a light going in at Ray Ann right there? Did I see that?
It's not part of this proposal because it would be it's really for that Generation Drive, but yes, I believe there is a light going in that location.
We have a motion to,
I don't have any questions for Jenna.
any questions?
No.
The motion to
Motion
approve
to
the
go into a
recommendation?
public hearing.
A public hearing.
I will second the motion to have a public hearing,
Did Mr. Rajagopal make the motion?
Right.
and I seconded.
Any discussions?
No.
The,
Heather, let's call for a vote.
go ahead and call for the vote.
Mr. Inskel?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye?
Anyone who's going to testify in the public hearing, please stand and raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony you're about to give in the upcoming hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you got it? I do. Thank you.
Call on.
I go by the alphabetically here. I'm sorry. Who signed first? Mr. Rich McVeigh? We'll just,
Mr. Rajagopal, would you mind if we had the developer, the representative of the applicant present first?
okay, go ahead.
How you doing? Thanks for being here.
Also.
My name is Jonathan Woker. I'm a planner with McBride Dale Clarion. My address is 5721 Dragon Way, Suite 300, Iowa 45227. I'm a planner representing Speedway. I have Rusty Young with me tonight also. He's a construction manager with Speedway. I intend to be brief. Ms. LeCount has summarized the request. Speedway has a contract to purchase a 1.5 acre parcel to the east from the Struble Development Company, also known as Rumpke. And they also have an existing store on a 1.5 acre parcel. The unique situation we have here is that both of these properties are zone plan development industrial, but they're in two different plan developments. So in working with your staff, we came to an understanding that it would be appropriate to leave the Colerain Town Center plan development and join the Struble Business Park plan development. And so that's basically what we're doing with this plan. We're, like I said, leaving one plan development, joining another plan development, and bringing together two pieces that are already zoned industrial to allow this use. Our intent would be to build a convenience store. We would have a new store with auto fueling out front, and then we would have truck fueling lanes behind. We have no objections to the recommended conditions presented by the zoning commission. We intend to work with staff on landscaping and signage. And we have a plan for the buffering to the east, so we'll present that to the township as part of our final development plan, which, by the way, we're moving forward as fast as we can and intend to be back to the zoning commission in February. So we're excited to invest in the township, or reinvest in the township, I should say, and build this new property, and hopefully we can obtain your approvals. I will answer questions if you have them.
My question isn't so much for you, Jenna. The streetscape requirements, is there a time frame they have to have that done by after completion?
That should be done before they get their certificate of occupancy from the building department. It should be done in this whole development process.
Perfect. From a taxing standpoint, maybe you guys can help me with this. If they join the business park versus the town center, does that make any difference? Is the tax base the same? What's the, I don't know if I'm wording this correctly, but.
Maybe you're thinking about the TIF district?
Yes.
Yeah, so this would be an investment would be wrapped up in the TIF district, yes.
Okay. How does that affect us as far as our tax base?
So it would be beneficial to us.
And then the old site would, will one be open while the other one's being built, I assume, or is this a?
We haven't determined that, but it's not likely. Where the proposed store is located is pretty much where the existing store is. It's
okay, I didn't get a good look at that then, forgive me.
In all likelihood, we'll close down the existing facility as we build. It's typically about 110 days from when we start construction to when we open. So.
Oh, 100 for complete start to finish, okay.
Start to finish 3 to 4 months.
Well, I'll say this, if everything goes through, you're next to a beautiful Rumpke facility. That building looks amazing. They did a great job with that. Is this store, the Speedway store, is this intended to reflect, to look similar to that with brick and all that sort of thing? Is that part of our?
That'll be part of the FDP.
Okay.
Those elevation drawings.
Yeah, everything looks good that's going on over there, so I would say keep it up.
Thank you for considering making an investment in our township. If everything went your way, when would you anticipate starting this project?
Possibly late summer. It depends on some things. We've still got some permitting to do, so after, we'll probably complete the township's permitting March, and then, we have building permit and Hamilton County permitting through the summer. So it's possible that, so I'd say late summer is the soonest. It may be this time next year that we'd start. So we're going
to see if you can hit this construction season or not.
As soon as we can find
Yeah.
on the schedule.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Neither do I.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next person will be Mr. Rich McWay.
How you doing, Rich? Been a while.
Thank you. I support this project, but I do have a couple of questions. It was a good pickup by Greg on the TIF. So what's this new thing going to be worth? About how many million? Ballpark, 2, 3, 4? About 3 million. So that will go into the TIF base, but the current taxes that we pay on the Speedway will be lost to the residents, just to be clear about that. That's going to be the impact. I don't know what the net's going to be.
Yeah.
But the current business is not worth 3 million, so we got some, but we will lose.
You wouldn't have to know what the current business is evaluated at, would you, off the top of your head?
Should he sit at the microphone,
We're
Jeff?
going to lose some money off the current tax roll for that. It'll go into the TIF. Do you have some idea what the streetscape landscaping is going to entail?
I don't have the FDP in front of me at this time.
Are there some requirements
the standard zoning requirements would be where we start from.
Do you think there'll be a berm and trees planted? Will there be a berm out front to block the thing from the highway? Do you think that's going to be part of it or not? Because our standards do call for berms some places.
They're going to be required to do the streetscape as it's written in the zoning resolution.
So
There's a 15-foot streetscape buffer, and it's going to be along both Colerain Avenue and Generation Drive. Additionally, the zoning commission is recommending an additional vegetative buffer along that eastern border where the fire department has an option on that property.
Rich, when you're saying block the highway, what are you referring to?
between Colerain and the station.
Oh, okay, from 27.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if you go past the Barnesburg Tavern, you'll see a nice berm. There, so it kind of blocks.
Oh, okay, I know what you're
blocks
talking
the
about.
view. We can do that. That would be tremendous. Are there going to be trees there? You think planted?
Part of the requirement.
It's part of the requirement. What size trees?
I don't have that in front of me.
The reason I asked
It's in
that
the
is-
zoning resolution.
The reason I asked that is that some time ago, I had a conversation with Ms. LeCount about Kroger, because I was driving by there looking at the trees, and I said, they look kind of small to me, and if you look at it, and she said, well, we haven't gone out and inspected it yet, and they hadn't. They were going to go out and inspect it.
And you got to water them and makes them grow bigger. That's the problem.
And then she had sent me the plan some time ago, so I looked back at the plan. The code calls for 2.5-inch diameter trees at breast height. That's what the code calls for. The plan we approved, somebody approved it, approved 2-inch trees. What we got out there is trees that are 1.5 inches in diameter. So we have a code. We approved a plan that didn't meet the code, and the trees that are installed don't meet the plan. That's why I'm poking on this thing on the speedway, okay? We need to follow up, because we have codes, and you just said we're going to follow the code. We didn't follow the code with Kroger. We approved the plan that wasn't to code, and they installed trees that weren't to code.
Just out of curiosity, when you picked up on this potential code violation, did you put it into our online CSR or call 385-code? I'm just throwing it out there.
I don't need
What
them.
species?
I never measured the trees. I don't.
I don't either. I looked by them and said, they look small.
Oh.
What species are they, Rich? Is that something that's going to grow to be giant?
I just know what the code-
They're not soft pear trees or anything.
Yeah.
or-
I'm just telling, I asked the question, I can only be too adversarial here. I asked the question, what were we going to do? We're going to follow the code. So I just gave you an example of what happened with Kroger when we said we're going to follow the code. Code's 2.5,
Yeah.
we approved the plan with 2, we got trees with 1.5 inches. Let's not do that again.
I would have challenged that had I known, but I didn't know that there was a violation with the size of the tree. Personally, I'd like palm trees if we can make that happen.
I'll stop by and look at
One of
them.
the things you're trying to do is to
You got to follow
beautify
the
Colerain.
Yes, absolutely,
This is the way you
100%.
do it,
Absolutely.
Up front. The only other thing is I was going to ask is, you're going to say follow the sign that Rumpke's got there. It's a good-looking sign. I don't have any problem with it. But what is our code around signs? And the question is, who writes the code for our signage, Rumpke or do we? So I'm just poking at you, Dr. LeCount. It's a good sign. I have no problem with it.
So the discussion that's been had is essentially that we would come into some conformity for size and height in the Struble Road, the Struble Business Park. So that is the idea. So the code at this point, if we started from what the code says for signage, we would be at 15 feet in height. It has been discussed in both of these planned districts, both the Colerain Town Center as well as the Struble Road Business Park, that 15 feet isn't what we're looking for in that area.
Good.
So when we can always start with the code, but in these planned districts, we have the flexibility to discuss what's most appropriate in these developments, and that's what will happen with the signage.
When we go up and down Colerain, then and people are coming in, we can begin to go back to this kind of a change or not.
That's the effort that we are making at this time.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you, Rich. Who else? Kerry Davis.
I'm sorry, I wasn't really planning on talking on this subject, but.
That's all right. How you doing, Carrie?
You stood up when you when they swore
Just
people
case
in.
Somebody said something that worried me. I want to be prepared. Are there going to be sidewalks in front of this? There are? Okay. Big ones. And I'm also concerned about, they're making you make them so gosh darn big nowadays.
Yeah, well, you can drive on them.
Okay, so you're going to have sidewalks. Is there going to be any need for additional street lighting? Because I don't want the township to be hit with cost for street lighting. We just had it down from Colerain Avenue, and a big factor of it was the darkness. I know you guys have tons of lights, but has anybody evaluated the needs for street lights, especially turning across the street and into the darkened area?
Mrs. Davis?
We're going to increase traffic.
Ms. Davis, I just wanted to point out how this is a public hearing, and so what's going on right now is we're asking residents to provide testimony to the trustees so that they can make a decision on whether or not to approve or deny a modification. So what we're getting into now is an interrogation of.
It's okay. I'm just raising the issue of sidewalks and streetlights. That's all I'm asking.
Both folks have raised really good points. So I just wanted to share that an appropriate way to make these points would be, I believe that streetlights are needed and lighting needs to be taken into consideration. Board, please take that into consideration.
I just was late,
as opposed to
missed
the back and
beginning of it,
forth.
so I thought maybe it was covered, and I didn't want to discuss something that was.
Yeah, no,
I think
no.
we'd agree that lighting and sidewalk are important for this
That's
project.
right. Yeah,
So I would like to see the township start evoking in their zoning and planning stuff, is when we, even if we allow a business owner or a property owner to enter the sidewalk waiver program, that we insert some language in our policy that allows us to revoke it at any time in the future, return them their money with interest, and mandate that they put in sidewalks. I think we need to kind of amend that program language a little bit so that we keep our options open to meet community needs. And I also would like all future development to consider the need for lighting instead of shifting the burden to residents in our community.
Ms. Davis, let's talk offline about that, because.
Yeah, these are kind of separate issues
Those
with
are
of
not
a public hearing.
issues with respect to this.
Provide input, that's great. Yep.
Thank you. Yes. Anyone else?
I don't believe anyone else was sworn in.
Okay. Let's,
So we need a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
any discussions?
Not for my.
Not for my,
Call.
Mr. Enscombe?
I think we have a resolution.
They're just closing the.
Oh, you're closing the public hearing, okay.
Mr. Enscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
aye.
So the recommendation before you this evening is approval of resolution for case number ZA 8-1988 and ZA 2016-09 Speedway. Approval of a major modification to two preliminary development plans, parcel number 510-0182-0156-00.
I would motion that we approve such a thing.
I'll offer a second.
Do we have motion?
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
So, Heather, would you please call for the vote?
Mr. Enscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony, too.
An administrative report. The next on the agenda is administrative reports. You will see something different this time, and what we're going to do, each head of the department will come over there and address the trustees. Okay?
Thank you, Ms. Rajagopal. I'll begin this evening. This has been a difficult couple of weeks for the township, and I wanted to spend just a minute expressing my extraordinary gratitude to the community for the outpouring of support that I've seen. It's been phone calls, it's been letters of support, it's been financial donations, it's been a coming together that is very sad, but reminds me of the true nature of our community, and that is that we are a community that cares, and I'm very proud of the way that the community came together. I'm also very sad. I've been very sad, and it hurts, and I miss Dale, and I just wanted to say to our police department that we care about you, our fire department, we care about you, and we'll go on. You know, another example of Colerain Township being a community that cares is an organization that has been around for quite a long time, the Colerain Community Association. They have submitted their annual sort of statement of work, all the things that they've done this year, and it's incredible. They have, as an organization, picked up 640 bags of garbage in our community this year. They've collected hubcaps and tires, exhaust pipes, large pieces of wood and cardboard. Each month, this organization gets volunteers together at I-275 in Colerain, Ronald Reagan in Colerain, I-275 in Blue Rock, I-275 in Hamilton, and over those 4 locations, they recorded 250 hours of volunteer time in our community, and I think that that's incredible. They've been doing it for years, and would encourage anybody that's interested in giving back to the community to get in touch with the Colerain Community Association. They are another reminder that Colerain is a community that cares. And as Raj said, we're going to try something different this year, and invite our department heads up to give their administrative reports, and up to later provide their new business. And with that, we'll start with Chief Frank Cook of the Fire Department. Chief Cook.
While Chief's making his way up here, Waycross, can you verify that we're live right now? I just got a message saying that there was an issue. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Administratively, I'd like to report on the emergency incident activity for December 2018. EMS incidents totaled 694 for the month. For the year, we finalized at 8,439 emergency medical incidents for the year. Fire incidents for the month, 133 incidents. Totaled for the year, 1,811. In summation, there were 10,250 incidents in the township alone. Springfield Township Emergency Medical Contract Area, there were 33 incidents for the month of December, a total of 326 for the year. Reported fire loss for the month was $2,900. For the year, it totaled $724,835. Our incident response time for the month, it was for the first arrival unit was within 5 minutes and 8 seconds. For the year, 5 minutes and 14 seconds. Percentages for the first unit on the scene within 6 minutes, 72% of the time during the month, and then 70% during the year. That's all I have for my administrative report. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Chief. It's amazing stat. The response time was 5 minutes, such a big township.
Thank you, sir. We continue to try to improve that where we can. We're still sifting through the data to try to reconcile it so that when we present our annual report, we'll have all the numbers on particularly related to fires and things like that. So that will be forthcoming in the very near future.
Do you have a call time goal for next year, just out of curiosity? Because obviously each year you want to get better and better.
Yeah, well, the size of the township compounded, only having 5 fire stations, we feel that 6 minutes is a good time.
Did you just ask us for a new fire station? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Well, it's in the future.
Okay.
And I think that you would see those times decrease by the relocation of that station. When you start looking at where the amount of our runs are, in the central area of the township. So I would anticipate a reduction in those response times, if that station comes to fruition.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief.
Very good. Next, we have Mrs. LeCount in planning.
As Jenna makes her way up, I did get a message. People watching at home said that everything Waycross seems to be going fine. So if you have any issues, let us know, and we'll check back with them. But thank you.
Good evening. A very quick administrative report for you regarding enforcement activities over the 2018 year. We had a total of 1,765 complaints entered and inspected in 2018. 668 of those were for tall grass and weeds, though we only ended up with 102 abatements. I do anticipate that that will be a higher number next year. If you'll recall, we had some changeover in our abatement contractor kind of mid-year. Fixed a few things there. So the big number that I'd like you to hear is the fact that we have referred 107 cases to the law director for court action. There were nearly 70 total hearings in the Hamilton County Housing Court in 2018. And we already have 34 cases with 2019 court dates, so in January or February. So those are all kind of coming over from 2018. We're going to be hearing them in the first couple months of this year. So we are starting to see a lot of compliance, though I do have a group of properties that need to be in housing court, but we're still trying to run them down for one reason or another, absent owners, or possibly they are owners who are working towards compliance with us. So those are the big numbers that I've got this year, and I'm just happy to see that we're moving forward. We're making a lot of progress with housing court. In fact, we actually had the judge actually ordered a no recall, no recite on a property owner that we're having trouble getting into court, meaning that we're actually moving towards the arrest of that person next time that there's an interaction. So we're taking this very seriously, and we have had some properties that have taken us longer to get compliance, but we will get there. So
Compared to 2017, I'm assuming all these numbers are way up because we weren't doing any of that. Is that correct?
2017, keep in mind that's when we really started the setup that we've got now with code enforcement. We had just over 1,400 complaints total in 2017, and like I said, we're up to 1,765. So definitely on the upswing, and I do anticipate with our processes becoming more efficient that we'll get through even more of those.
In 2019. Okay.
Jenna, thank you for the great increase in enforcement. I've
it's important.
watched a lot of it go on. I've gone out and looked at everything anybody's ever asked me to look at. I think I know which one you're talking about with your last comment, and you've really done a great job with it.
Chris is working hard every day.
Good. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeCount.
Thank you, John.
Very good. Mr. Schwartzoff.
How you doing, Kevin?
Doing good.
Good.
Thank you, Jeff. My administrative report tonight is to give you some updates on some of the projects that we have going on and some of the plans we have for this summer. Our 2019 One Road project paving contract will be open tomorrow at 10 a.m. We have 7 contractors who've picked up plans: Adlita Construction, R.A. Miller, Brackenbauer, Pruce Construction, Barrett Paving, John R. Jurgensen, and Fred Neiman. So we'll open those tomorrow, hopefully get back to the board with a recommendation at the February 12th meeting. Megaland sponsorship, it's on the agenda tonight of money we've collected to date, but committed to date so far we have $19,500. And we have a few more larger amounts that we think we're going to get, but those aren't committed yet. The campground, temporary campground, kind of primitive camping, we've been in contact with the Board of Health and are moving forward with that program. Also, I've been in contact with Rivers Unlimited to do our canoe trip this year. As you were last year, high waters precluded us from doing the trip.
Definitely have a backup date on that.
I do not.
Because that sold out within, it was sold out really quickly. I remember that. Yeah.
We can only have, I think it's 24 people because that's the amount of
Yeah,
canoes
the canoes they have, yeah.
So we will try to do something in August this year as opposed to September. The water may not be quite as high. And maybe with them, they can give us a backup date, but we're kind of at their mercy. We did clean the gateway wall. had some mold and mildew on the wall down here at the corner of the Memorial Gateway. As soon as weather allows, some of the problem there is some of the letters need caulk behind them. So as soon as we get weather that's amenable to that, we'll do some caulking of the letters. We'll continue to clean the stone off and on, because it does get mold and mildew, irregardless of any kind of leakage that we're getting. It's just that type of material. And that's my report.
All right, I appreciate that, Kevin.
Kevin, I want to thank you for, our crew did a good job on cleaning the snow emergency time.
Yeah.
Did a great job.
Yeah, if there's anything we can do to make those guys feel appreciated, let us know, because sometimes that's a thankless job, and it's hard to, you see your officers out and about and everybody thanks them and whatnot, but our public works employees, you don't really, they're kind of, they're in a car, so, you can't just stop them to say thank you real quick. So if there's anything we can ever do to really let those guys know how much we appreciate them, please let me know, because I can't even send them an email. My PWall email doesn't work for some reason, so they never get Merry Christmases or Happy Thanksgivings or good jobs from me. But that's that the Public Works Department, that is a hard-working group of guys, that's for sure.
Maybe get your CDLs.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right, Board, and Chief Denny and Assistant Administrator Weckbach are excused this evening. That concludes the administrative report.
Okay. One thing I'd like to emphasize, any concerns the residents have about addressing this, each department head, you can directly email to our administrator, Jeff Mills, and also directly to the department heads, and they will respond to you as quickly as possible to address the problems or any concerns. Okay, so this is something we tried. The head of the departments will come and address the trustees, and also more. They also, more transparent to Jeff Mills what's going on through the emails and correspondence. This one thing we try to emphasize. We'll move on to the next on the agenda. The citizen address.
I'm all right there.
I go by the list. Bruce, please.
How you doing, Bruce?
Hello, folks. First, my wife and I would like to express our condolences to the Woods family and the Colerain Police Department and the township and all its residents for losing a good officer. Now, on the agenda, as I stated several months ago, the posted agendas should only contain small documents along with the agenda. 329 pages is too long. Large documents such as the township policy manual should be hot linked to the agenda, so those who want to look at these large documents, they can then hit on that and print it out or read it. But 329 pages is too much to go through. With that said, I went through the township policy manual and find it very good. But I want to have everybody remember this is a living document and there will be revisions over time, and that anybody's using this manual, and again, it's a good manual, should go to the most recent version, which I'm assuming will be posted on the Colerain Township website for the citizens to get to, and for however the employees can access it. About township communications, really got an issue with using proprietary media such as Facebook to communicate. Not all citizens use or want to use these media. Therefore, some of the communications through Circle have come out on Facebook. I don't have Facebook. I won't use Facebook for a number of reasons. So let's keep it to an open source type communications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Next was Keith. Keith Miller, please.
How you doing, Keith?
Oh, it's good.
Excellent.
I'm still stuck on this deal going on down with the hotel. I mean, it's just too questionable on what's going on. My money's purchasing all this property. Who's receiving the money on the lease of the property? Who's that check getting cut to by Duke? I got one question though. Who do we bank with?
PNC.
PNC, all right, thank you. I'm just curious about that, you know. Banks got bad reputations.
Oh.
I mean, I'm looking at all this going on here with all this property we bought down there, and Duke's getting this property. So, what's Duke giving us for this property?
A lot of tax money.
Tax money. What about the lease on the property? Who's getting that money?
I don't know what you mean by lease.
His crew?
I don't know what you mean by lease on the property, to be
Well, there's some lease on the property to build on, ain't there? I mean, we're buying the property, and Duke's building on it. So how's that work?
No, we're giving them the property after they pay for it. So it's not a lease.
Is it a pay for, or is this a lease?
No, it's not a lease. It's not a
You
lease.
sure we're not subleasing that?
Unless Larry or Jeff, can you correct me if I'm wrong here? Is there some sort of a lease I don't know about or just didn't realize?
No lease.
No lease, okay.
So we're buying all this property. Why are we buying it?
Well, they're buying it technically.
Well, why are we using our money?
Well, where do you want to go with that?
And then we're going to tear it down for them too? And I have to look at that damn Olive Garden all the time. Oh, you talk about an eyesore. Olive Garden's sitting there falling apart, and we got to look at it all the time. Of course, we did move Kroger's away, but you want to spend some money tearing something down, get rid of the Olive Garden, not the hotel that's a good neighbor. You talk about karma. Karma just happened to us right there in front of all that. Yeah.
I wasn't following you on that, sorry. Oh, well. I don't think that has anything to do with karma, but I'd rather not go there.
Well, you know, I look and I see a new gang of two. Greg and Dan, you violated the Open Meeting Act twice, and you told the whole room that. You guys said you talked about the deal on the hotel. You called Raj and told him what you two was going to do. That violated the
I
Open
disagree
Meeting
with that.
I have
know
no
what
clue what you're
talking
talking about. No clue.
I do not talk to these guys outside of the meetings. I did see them at the funeral last week. We never discussed any such thing, so I disagree.
In executive
totally.
session,
When I spoke with your own words.
well, you took them out of context, that's for sure. Well, you'll have to read, these are filmed videos, so all these meetings are filmed. So if you can pull the footage of where we actually said that and somehow became a gang of two, please send it to me and I'll happily look into it.
What can I say? I look at that as Facebook, you know, you guys are communicating on.
I don't use Facebook. I'm not on social media.
And I do, and you can ask me anything, anytime, and I'll tell you the same thing, that I would tell you in person or on Facebook. Doesn't make any difference to me, but there's no gang of two, you know? That's just not at all accurate.
Gang of two, I thought.
What's that?
I said we did away with the gang of two, I thought.
We did, thank God. We
There's such
certainly
thing.
did. There was previously, but there is not currently, I can assure
I
you.
feel like you rehired Lying Larry over here.
All right, please don't attack, please don't insult. You can,
You rehired Larry over
that's
here.
a little better, thank you.
Larry was signing his papers before the meeting even started. Harlow had him signing papers before the meeting even started. I sat there and watched him.
Do you know what the papers were? Because
No,
there
I have no
are,
idea, but I'm pretty sure it has something to do with you guys rehiring him.
no,
You just sit here.
I don't know what papers you're talking about, but
No,
I
the
would.
boys sitting in the audience would save you. The whole room's telling you, no, we don't want Larry hired. And you guys hired him anyway. So what did you teach the youth that sat here during the meeting from the school?
Well, he's on a whole different pay arrangement now.
Well,
He's not, what I heard was people didn't like him being an employee, and he's not that anymore.
Yeah, I heard that too. And also, you have to understand the difference between, you know, a vocal minority and a non-vocal majority. And you have to just understand there's a difference between being on the inside looking out and the outside looking in. There's a huge difference. And I was very clear about that with the hiring of Larry. So, I mean, we're all allowed to disagree, but.
We changed this rooms because we wanted somebody to listen to us.
And
one person listened to us.
That is so false, it's not even funny.
I'm done.
How can you say we're not listening to you? We're literally responding back and forth with you. And you can always reach me outside of this room too. There's no lack of listening. Just because, say, someone disagrees doesn't mean they're not listening. I promise, the listening has, true or false, last year, did anyone get kicked out of a trustee meeting?
No.
Let's,
That was good.
Well.
That was good, you know, we didn't have to escort anybody out.
Hey, there's still time if you want to, I'm kidding.
Well, I wonder when that's coming, you know?
Keith, I made it through all last year. Everybody got to say everything they wanted to say. I cut no one off. It was a whole different world in 18.
Well, you know, I want to know where my money's being spent and it's not being wasted for somebody else's self-profit. That's what I'm worried about. My money being invested so somebody else can make money off of it. And that's why I look
to be more
at the deal
specific.
down there on Colerain Avenue.
Well, we are getting a lot in return for that, that's for sure. For sure. When the Duke, or when that hotel's gone, I mean, you can take a look at the police reports, you can take a look at our fire and EMS runs, we don't have to worry about that anymore, right?
Yeah, they go right across the street and
Some of them will, unfortunately, and then and we work on that one too, trust me. Well,
We have excuse me, we have a lot of people we're going to address.
I'll go, you know.
Thanks,
Thank you.
thank you. We will, thanks for coming to talk to us.
thanks, Keith. We're always available offline too.
Mike, please.
How you doing, Mike?
Pretty good, good evening. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Mr. Ross Cole, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Mr. Unger, Mr. Ensco, you know, it's actually refreshing to see a cooperative effort up there.
We always cooperate.
Come in and I was pleasantly surprised, so, you know,
You
that's.
didn't like me being president, did you, Mike?
No, that was fine, it actually made sense, but I thought you'd never leave the chair.
Voluntarily. This isn't a banana republic.
Hey, you know what, I'm
The
impressed.
the peaceful transfer of power is a hallmark of our country.
It wasn't peaceful, trust me. They arm wrestled in the basement.
Now, should I direct it at Mr. Rajgopal?
Yeah, and that's the best part of it. Have at it, Raj.
Yep.
How's it after that motel? But no, we won't touch on that. We'll let them.
I think we already did.
Go ahead, Mike.
I would like to make a clarification, you know, not to ruffle anyone's feathers, but I do believe I heard on the night that this hotel incident was voted on, Mr. Rajgopal was out of town on a personal matter, and I believe it was stated up here that you and Mr. Ensco conferred and indicated how you were going to
Conferred
vote,
with-
and you called Mr. Rajgopal to inform him of how it was going down.
Any
Not even close.
conversations I've had have been with Jeff Mills.
Well,
Same as I.
I'm just telling you what I perceive.
If we misspoke,
Earlier,
forgive us,
When
but-
this was gonna be a hurry up vote and run it out the door, but that's all right, we're not here about the motel tonight.
I do want to say one thing. Oh, I do agree with Bruce over here. I'm not a Facebooker. I'm not in all that. I get hammered all the time that I'm out of the loop. But, you know, whatever proprietary information's coming over that channel, I don't look at it. And I'm all for just open forum and, you know, putting it however it's best to get it out there.
Our Facebook account is open to the public. So I understand Bruce doesn't have an account, but that doesn't matter. You don't have to have an account to see what's on Facebook. So you can literally click our link. You can click our link in our email and it'll pop right up without an account. It's all open.
Well, that's beside the point.
They say no?
I kind of understand what you're
Thanks.
saying.
Go.
Pardon me for a moment. Sorry about that.
Let me log out and double check
Thank you,
that.
Mike. Thank you very much.
Hold on, he's not done.
I'm not short of words here, but talking about transparency, and, you know, again, I want to express my condolences
About Officer Woods, obviously horrible. You know, there's been a lot of horrible things occurred in the township over the past year, and it's just terrible. But, you know, again, it comes back to transparency. And what I think is terrible is the fact that everybody here has to endure this tragedy, yet we're still under a veil of secrecy. You know, let me read this. I wished I could have penned something as well as this, but I can't. So I'm going to read this guy's letter to the editor. And I really don't have much regard for the Enquirer. You know, they're pretty much dirt. But nothing is 100%. And every now and then a little something ekes out. So here's a little something that was written into the Enquirer. This appeared on January 13th of this year. Letter to the editor. Why is name of driver who hit Colerain officer being withheld? Colerain Township Police Officer Dale Woods, who died Monday, was hit last week while investigating a road accident. Yet here, nearly a week since that initial incident, neither the Enquirer, Colerain Township Police, or any of the multiple local TV stations have reported the name, age, and city of residence of the person who hit Officer Woods. The veil of secrecy cannot help but cause one to wonder why. Media are famous for rushing to the scene of any of life's misfortunes with a reporter, microphone, lights, and cameras to scoop other competitors. Who is it that had the power to squash these various and supposedly independent organizations from sharing these usual and practical pieces of information? And this is from H. Lee Lepole from Loveland.
Mike, I'd like to respond to that. The city of Cincinnati is completely handling that investigation.
Okay.
I personally do not know who was involved in it. I don't care to know. I'm going to wait till the city report comes out. It's a very serious police matter, and I have not touched it. I've not contacted anybody there. They are doing it at the city of Cincinnati pace. And I'm so sorry about the accident, and I appreciate your sympathy for the Woods family. If they're watching tonight, we're all thinking about you. But they have not communicated with this. They have not communicated with this board.
I understand that. You know, rhetorically, I'm calling for a little more transparency and at least something commensurate with what happened with an average individual.
I appreciate.
Because obviously, this is not an average individual.
I appreciate you giving this Board of Trustees the opportunity to clear up that editorial and other information. I have not been told the first thing about it. I will find out when everybody else does. It's being independently investigated. God rest Officer Wood's soul.
I'm a citizen. I've been impacted. And
Me too.
I
Every one of us
believe in
has.
openness, and we deserve some information. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. And you're absolutely right. The whole township, the world, everyone is very tragically moved by this. And like Dane said, it's under the investigation. It's going to be a fair investigation. When the thorough investigation done, it will be released to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rich, please.
I too want to add my congratulations to Director LeCount. Is she leave or is she gone? She went. Well, she's done a good job.
She's home watching, just you can.
She's done a good job, and I'm sure Larry's going to help her out prosecuting those cases. That's good news. And Kevin, it's good to see that you got how many, 6 or 7 bidders? That's going to help us.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing.
Good job. Good job. I appreciate it. Just briefly, I want to talk about the fact that you're going to hire a full-time firefighter tonight. And I don't have an issue with this specific firefighter and freeing up Mr. Bowman to become a member of the CR division. That's not an issue with me. You make these decisions. I want to point out to you guys that I was here 6 months ago and sharing with you that the cost of our public safety is increasing significantly, and we're looking at your own data, not my data. Your data says that we're going to need a significant increase in taxes in order to balance the budget. And I also pointed out to you that if we just look at the fire department and we compare our fire department costs with Green Township costs, and they have, they're not as big as us, but geographically, but they have about the same number of people and the same number of roads. But when you put us head to head, our fire costs are about 50% higher per household and per resident. And this is not new news to you guys. You haven't got back to me. It doesn't sound to me like you're doing anything about it. Okay? The small move that we've made here is an incremental increase in cost. It's not the thing that's going to, break the bank. But the strategy that you're on is the one I've mentioned it to you. And it's going to be unfortunate if, in fact, that we come up with this levy and it doesn't pass because there will be people who have to be laid off. So I bring that to your attention. I'm not standing here opposing this move, but in a larger scheme of things, I don't think you guys have done anything to try to understand why your costs are significantly different. In fact, if you go back and look at the last benchmarking that the fire department did, I think it was in 13 or 14, I'm not sure. The department compared its cost to Green Township and several other townships around to get a feel for where they were. And the one township that was significantly lower was Green Township back then. But when the presentation was made to the trustees about the benchmarking, somehow the Green Township data was not included. So it's not my data, it's the Green Township data. This is spending data, it's not tax data. People like to hide behind the fact that Green's got a TIF and you don't have a big TIF. So I just bring it to your attention. It's an issue and I don't see anybody addressing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you, Rich, and we'll address this with our fire chief. The next is Sharon, please.
Hey. How you doing, Sharon?
Good, how are you?
Good.
First, I'm going to give my condolences to you all about Officer Woods. Now I'm going to share a quick memory. I met him about 10 years ago at Walmart, and for the first entire month, I swear, his only word was no. Every time I asked him something, I got a no. I did not think this officer knew any other words. I'd go in and I'd say to him, smile, because he never smiled. He'd say no. One time I got the bright idea to follow him around in the store when he was doing his rounds. And I'd follow him around, just yakking and yakking and yakking behind him. And I said, am I bothering you? And he said, no. Thinking I'm going to get a yes out of him, I said, you want me to go somewhere else? He said, no. And he always looked down on me. Now that I look back on that, I think the reason why he always told me no was because I was always aggravating him. So he figured he'd aggravate me back by always saying no. I even asked him one time if he knew any other word. He said no. So that's my memory of when I first met Officer Woods. After that, he got to be a good person. He actually smiled sometimes when he see me coming. Now, this guy, I don't know his name, but on his internet thing, he's right. I did a lot of work for the mobile home park for the senior citizens up in Galbraith behind the fire department. And there's a lot of people back there that can't afford cable. Yeah. So they can't afford to email people, or they can't afford to, they don't have rides, so they can't afford to come anytime or anything like that. So I do agree with him for, not another way of the seniors back there anyway, being able to voice what they want to say.
I did, for the record, while you were sitting there, I tried to pull up Facebook to see if those stories would pop up, and they did not.
What stories?
From the Circle account, if you don't have an account. So, I don't know. You can certainly set up a Facebook account and have 100% private so that no one can see it, and then you can see Circle updates, just like you have to sign up for Circle updates. So, just for the record.
But you gotta
If you don't have the internet, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Most of the people don't have a cable.
Right.
The basic
They can't
TV.
afford it.
You go to the library. Library's free.
They don't have
Or
rides.
Wi-Fi.
They're elderly people. They don't have rides. They can't get out like.
Something, Sharon, that we'll talk with the administrator, how those people can reach out our township news.
Okay.
We'll find a way, they will get our news of the township.
And Greg, the other night when you were Snapchatting or whatever, I'm sorry.
Snapchatting.
I had my
It was
neighbor
Facebook
there,
for the
you
record.
were talking, I was talking, and for some reason, my computer just sent that message, and it was all scrambled and everything. You were like, huh? My thing was that I had these two ideas. Number one was maybe make a plaque or a statue or something of Officer Woods and put it in one of the parks, and like a dedication thing for him. And another thing was that the police and fire department can get on the Facebook and do a lip sync thing to one of Officer Woods' god-awful songs and dedicate it to him.
Yeah, I don't know if he'd like that or not. Us singing? Are you kidding me?
Lip sync. You don't have.
Yeah, we're all really good lips. I can play air guitar too. You should see it.
Okay. Also, I know Chief Stanley's not here, but I wanted to tell him and all the agencies that were involved in the CAT scan shooting. I wanted to thank them for getting the arrest. One of my good friend's daughters was sitting in her car with Mike, the guy whose sister was killed in that. So she was sitting in the car. She was so scared she wouldn't go home for 2 months she lived with me. So I wanted to thank them for a great job on getting hold of them. Although I did hear, and there is a rumor going around, that they've already told people that nobody is going to make it to the witness stand if they think they're going to testify against them. They're going to do them in before they get there. So hopefully you got a good case. That
Hopefully you've reported that. If you're hearing that, please report that to our police chief.
I did talk to Greg about
If you're
it.
hearing things like that, please report that.
Yeah, I was hoping he was here, but he's not. Also, I think, yeah, the fire chief's back there sleeping. But I wanted to thank him.
He looks pretty awake to me.
He's listening to you.
You're boring him to sleep's the problem. Say something exciting.
He's listening. Let's go
Tell him how handsome he is.
No, this isn't.
My dad was a fireman at Engine 19 in Coreyville. And when I turned 17, I was so happy I got my new car. I took it up to the firehouse to show my dad, parked in the front. And my dad went out and looked at it and everything, and him and I were standing next to the pumper truck talking. Short guy, his name's Shorty, he was another firefighter, come running inside telling me that my car was on fire. So we go running out. Sure enough, all the smoke's coming out of underneath my car, brand new car. And my dad looked at me and said, "You better call the fire department. We're standing in the fire department's parking lot, you ding dong." Well, here to find out that Shorty put a smoke bomb underneath the hood of my car and ran in and told me that it was on fire. Did I bore you now?
Sharon, we got tons of people.
I just wanted to thank you for all your firemen. I know they don't make a lot of runs in Colerain, but we so do appreciate them. I don't think you guys get enough attention, and your EMTs are fantastic. I just wanted to thank you for what a great job they do.
They're a great group. I'll second that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sharon.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sharon.
Kathy?
How you doing, Kathy? Good. Excellent.
First of all, I'd like to express sympathy for the Woods family and all of Colerain Township, the police department, and everybody.
Amen.
Also, prior meetings, I had brought up about the pay for the new firefighter recruits, and I did meet with Chief Cook, and it was a good meeting, and he explained things to me, and it makes a lot of sense, and I'm glad he took the time to meet with me and explain it to me. I have a few things that I wanted to bring up. On December the 28th, I had sent Heather an email asking for all the correspondence regarding the status of the IRS penalty, and I have not received an answer. On the 27th, I asked for Heather to send me the state auditor correspondence, including management letters. I still have not received that. On December 30th, I asked Heather to send the draft copy of the December minutes, and I never received that. And on November 29th, I asked Heather about the health insurance invoice, and she said that they redacted because that is your policy, and I asked for a copy of that policy, and I have not received that. We've had a couple, or fairly many studies done in 2018. One of them was for the training center, design study, or immersion design study for the training center. Calfee Strategic Solutions, Northgate Mall study, and sidewalk studies. And I would just like to know if we have any conclusion or any report on any of those studies. The Northgate Mall study was brought to the board, but is that the end of it? Is anything else going to happen with that?
But Mr. Mills can address this. What's the status of the studies?
Yeah, so he came and presented his findings that that Northgate Mall would be a great place for market rate multifamily housing.
He did?
Yes, he did.
I mean, I sat through it, and I really didn't see any conclusion. So is the board going to act on that then?
I would love to act on it, but I believe they have to bring us something. I've seen, they haven't come to us and said, okay, we'd like to put 104 units in or something like that. I would love for them to come to us and say, you know, the old Sears site, for example, there's potential there, or, you know, the back row, or can we do this? They have not come to us, and hopefully we're still reaching out to them, trying to make something happen, but as of right now, it's, you know.
I think most recently with the Sears bankruptcy, a federal judge kind of put a stop on it, which would stop that store from being sold so that progress could be made on whatever ends up there. So I think there's
that's a huge piece of
bankruptcy
puzzle, for sure.
problem right now with
For
the
sure.
Sears real estate, which would probably slow down anything else getting done. Hopefully that gets resolved.
We got a report. I mean, is the ball in their court to come to the board with a plan?
Yeah,
or is the board supposed to?
They must come to the board.
Yeah, I mean-
They must give the report, because we paid money to them, so they had to.
That was
make
That was a
the
grant,
recommendation.
so we didn't actually
Well,
pay anything.
still they get paid, you know. The study should be done, and.
They did the study. They did the study. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So they did the study, and it resulted in a conclusion that Northgate Mall would be a great site for multifamily market rate housing.
And if they come to us with a proposal, I am all ears, and I'd certainly like to see.
I would love a proposal. Oh my gosh, I would love a proposal. I welcome that day with open arms, that's for sure.
But it is privately held property, and it's in their court.
I see the board is going to adopt the personnel policies, and I guess the things that I had brought up a couple of meetings ago, if you could address those issues when you do decide on that, that would be beneficial. Also, when I did request the the state auditor management letters from Heather, which it's been 26 days and I've not received it, I did take the opportunity to request it from the state auditor, and I got it within a couple of hours. So it's very interesting, the things in here. I don't know if has the board had a chance to read this management letters from the state auditor?
I believe our IT person has put the
about
whole.
audit that we received 100% on. Have you seen that?
Yes.
You've seen that?
I'm pretty sure I got that in an email, if I'm not mistaken. I'll double check, though.
Okay, because in here it points out that, well, it points out a lot of negative things as far as travel, loan agreements with the CIC, and as far as the firefighter 2B program, it says that had the township made the required pension contributions in 2015, it would have only paid the employer contribution of 24%. However, under the settlement agreement with the township owed both employer and employee contribution, which was cost the township approximately $119,800. And that's just for OP&F.
And that was in
so
15?
then there's an additional $60,000 for Social Security. So I just have a question. If Heather, those employees that were involved in that, did they receive corrected W-2s for those years? And are they able to get their portion of Social Security back that they paid in, and the township portion back to the township?
I can respond to you with some future things.
So you don't know?
I'm sorry, I'm taking minutes now, so I will make a note and respond to you.
That's a pretty big question to answer.
I think I can answer for you. No, nothing was ever done. Minute approval, it says in here that the board did not approve minutes for 2 out of 20 meetings for the year ending 2017. The board did not approve minutes for 11 out of 20 meetings in a subsequent meeting for the year ending 2017.
You mean 16 or 17?
17.
Because in 18, I believe all those minutes were brought forward to the new board.
Right, this is for the audit of
Right.
16 and 17.
Yeah, that's the previous trustee majority, previous everything. It's before Raj and I got here.
That's right. And when we bring these things to your attention, it's so that you do not repeat those
I don't think we have.
Got to learn from history, that's for sure.
Thank you for your compliment.
You're welcome. And then there's also a management letter on the CIC, which is not very good at all. I don't understand why the township is continuing with the CIC. It's doing nothing but costing us money. We pay for a financial report to be done. It costs us $1,500, and it's not even right. And you're going to pay to put more money out this year for it, and I don't know why we have the CIC when we can do this, whatever we're doing, out of township funds.
Well, I'll say my stance on the CIC hasn't changed. I am fine with disbanding it and then bringing it back on an as-needed basis. And if any other trustee wants to agree with me on that, then maybe we can make something happen. But in the time being, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So.
Oh, okay. And one last thing, on the funerals or burials for the indigent, the invoices that I received for the beginning of last year, it was costing us $450 at Premium Mortuary, and then at the end of the year, we were paying $900 and some to, it looks like Spring Grove, Mooney. I assume that's who it is. So I just would like the board to take note and kind of watch how you're spending our money.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Next one, Stephanie, please.
How you doing?
Oh, good evening. My first question is, did the 911 fee go up for the township?
I believe it went to $16 from 15.
So there was an increase, but not...
Not a huge increase. We were terrified of a $3 increase in it.
6% or so increase.
It's enough, but it wasn't as bad as what it could have been, that's for sure.
And on that note, I'd like to say that I personally called 321 cops today to report some suspicious activity in my neighborhood. The person who answered the phone, the clerk, was very professional, made me feel very comfortable with giving her information, asked all the right questions, and followed up with a visit from the police department in a very timely manner. So I'd like to just
thank you for that. I appreciate that.
I have a question about the executive session that happens in our meetings. Is it now going to be standard practice that the executive session meeting, which occurs, is no longer going to be held in the chambers behind our bench? Is it always going to leave?
Doesn't make any difference to me.
I think that the walls are kind of thin. And some of the personnel information or whatever we're discussing back there is very sensitive. And if it's getting out to anybody that might be in the room, that could become a legal issue for us. So until we get the sound transfer figured out, they're probably going to be down in another room in the same building. So we're not leaving this building, we're just in a different room.
So the sound is better in the basement?
It's a comfort thing, too. If you've been back there before, it's super tight on there. I mean, you get to know people really, really good, really quick, like you can't hardly sneak.
It's not just that, but we need, some of that information is confidential, especially with employee matters, and we need to have it in a room where people aren't listening to it,
So the basement room is more soundproof than this room back here?
In essence, I think that's boiled down to certain topic we speak, and very sensitive matter is involved. I think that's better for the benefit of the township, to protect our township, certain information not to go further.
We also have a nice screen down there.
But we continue to have it here. We continue to have it here. It's not, it's only take by
the reason I'm bringing this up is I thought that was perhaps the reasoning behind you all leaving the chambers, was to go downstairs where people wouldn't be privy or overhear conversations that could be not appropriate. But I sat here and watched the elevator go up and down 6 times, from people going to work out downstairs, and also...
There's a set of double doors that separates all that. So there's
That's why I
not,
was asking you if it was
it's
more-
not open. It's not open.
That's why I asked you if it was better
Good question.
sound.
No, that's a good question.
That's a
a
good question.
There's actually the layout, and I'll give you a tour sometime if you want.
I've been there.
There's like three separate rooms that, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that you were saying it was for soundproof and over here.
There's a lot of good reasons for it, really, but it doesn't make much difference to me. Anywhere we go, I'm just happy to be able to
And then I'd
talk
like
to these guys.
ask Larry, on that, I know executive session is to be just for people who are invited into it, and it's a very closed, knit little thing. But do the residents have the right to know who is invited into the executive session?
You know, I've never seen any case on that. Normally, minutes do not say who goes into the executive session. What takes place in the executive session is confidential. So I don't know that there's any way to compel the trustees or the fiscal officer to tell you who went in there. If you're sitting there and you see the people who go in, then you know.
Exactly. So I'm just thinking, residents take the time to show up for executive meeting, or executive session meetings or whatever, to be informed. Not that I need to know what's going on behind those closed doors. I don't want to know. But I think as a resident, perhaps I have the right to know who has been invited into
We've never
the
had a
executive
non-employee in executive session. It's always been an employee. We've never had a resident in an executive session. I can tell you that much at least.
Not in my time. I don't know what's gone on previously.
A candidate for employment.
A candidate for employment?
Well, when we did our
Well,
interviews.
you do the interview time, we
interviewed administrators.
Oh, that's true. When we were going through the hiring process, we had non-employees in there. That's true.
Go
But
ahead,
as far as
Stephen.
okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. You're
yeah.
right.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Okay.
Interesting question.
Thank you. I was looking over the rental agreement that we have attached to the consent items this evening for a church that is renting Hall B in our senior center right over here. I was wondering who put together that rental agreement?
I did not.
Kevin,
Who put together the rental agreement?
Yeah.
I
And
guess
the
we can
reason I
find
asked
that out for you.
is that our Chamber of Commerce, as we know, rents the space over there for a 40-hour work week, and with the use of gas, electric, blah, 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 at a cost of $170 a month. But we're charging a church every week $500 a month, as opposed to renting a spot to the chamber for $170. So I was just wondering how the rationale came out.
You're talking about a huge hall for the church, and you're talking about, a 10 by 10 office for the chamber. So I guess that would be the rationale. It's a huge space versus a small space.
Okay.
I guess that would be my rationale if I had to personally give you one, but maybe they would differ. I don't know.
Okay. Someone mentioned the Duke project on Colerain Avenue. Does anyone have an update for us on that?
I don't, but I would love one, hopefully, in our administrator's report if he has one for us.
Okay. Who owns the property at 9184 Pippin Road?
Is that the vacant lot you're referring to?
Yes, that is the lot that the township or the CIC sold back in late September, early October.
I don't know if that's been transferred yet or not to the lady the family that's buying it. Like, their name doesn't come blazing to mind.
Name. I mean, do we?
I
still
don't believe
It
it's
would be
been.
public record, but
Do we still own the property?
You're on the CIC board, and we'll be talking about that next month at the CIC meeting. But the answer is no. We have not sold it yet. We've been trying to set up a closing for a couple of weeks now, and it just has not come together. So.
Okay.
Yep.
And then what about 7580 Colerain, the Fireside Motel? Does the Fireside still own that, or does the township purchase that?
Fireside still owns it, and a really good way to learn about who owns property is the Hamilton County Auditor's Office keeps all of that on their website, and it's a great website.
Great. And so I'm just sharing this because our residents are viewing this at home and might not know how to look up that property as well. So thanks for sharing that, Jeff.
Sure.
The town hall meetings, I would like to see those happen in the near future, although I think they happen every week. For those who have social media, Trustee Insco goes and uses Facebook once a week and kind of fields questions about anything that any of the residents or really anyone wants to talk about. So I think they're already,
Yeah, it's good. It's a good way to connect with constituents and just stay abreast of what's going on. So usually it turns into food. Everyone wants to talk about food in this community, but I don't know. I enjoy it. It's fun.
and then, excuse me, this evening we appointed a bunch of people to a bunch of committees. And I was just wondering if they submitted applications to be on those committees?
I think they were all, I don't think there was anybody new, was there? So I would say not.
So if you were already on a committee, you don't have to submit an application?
It's just removal, once the board approves it, they automatically be renewed for the following year.
But I thought just a few months ago, we did this whole application that if you'd like to be on a committee, you have to submit it and.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the committee they appointed today, you know.
No, I'm just talking about in general
I'm
for
sorry.
committees. I thought there was an application.
I would say if there was somebody new, there should be.
Yeah.
Application process, yes.
It's very similar to how you were appointed to the CIC without applying.
Uh-huh.
Same thing happened this time.
But we didn't have an application process at that time.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Carrie Davis?
Please come to the
Yeah,
microphone.
you're in the wrong place for questions.
I don't know when I'm supposed to be on here. I need a little help.
Just go ahead and ask. Here we are.
Or the other one on the back. I don't know when I'm supposed to be.
When would you like to speak?
Let's get it over this.
Pull the mic down so that our audio picks up.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you get
Thanks.
Must be nice.
Oh, darn, that's a lot of ink and a lot of paper.
Yeah, no
and
kidding.
Papers.
I was late as it was. Two things. One, I did ask to be put on the agenda, and I was told no. And at some point, I would like somebody to tell me, when is it appropriate to be put on the agenda and when is it not appropriate? Since this is kind of a lot of material, I felt this was not the appropriate time because I personally think we need a 5-minute limit on this stuff. But I did ask to be put on the agenda and I was told no. And I just don't know what the policy is on that and how, what's the right way to do it and what's appropriate to be on the agenda. Can anybody tell me?
Sure. I think the appropriate time for a resident to speak to the Board of Trustees would be during the citizen's address, and that's what I shared with you in that email. So
What if their material is something that exceeds the recommended 5-minute time limit?
Well, we never cut anybody off, so.
I know, but aren't we trying to get
How much time do you think you need?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be standing here 20 minutes.
Well,
Raj?
you're already
Yeah,
about 7.
I'd like you to speak maybe following that end of the sessions, because we do have a very lengthy agendas. We need to cover those. If you want to continue, we're welcome to continue the next citizens address. But I'd like to move forward with the.
If you have something that's real lengthy like this, send it to us before the meeting so we can have
Yeah,
a chance to
Well,
review
To
it.
be honest with you, I would have if I had been put on the agenda, because I like to give people stuff ahead of time, just like I'm giving you an outline there. I don't like to sneak attack, but since I just felt like that wasn't, part of it. But I'm happy to wait till the end because I don't like to make people listen to me who don't want to. So if you guys would like me to wait until the end to do it, I'm happy to do that.
What do you think, Raj?
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate that.
Okey-dokey.
All right. The next one is trustees report. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
On February 21st, I believe it's in our senior center, Rumpke is going to have an EPA hearing for the next step in the landfill expansion. Be ye advised. You will see it on the current news. I think it's in the right-hand column. On the home page is the EPA notice. I'm only bringing it up so that people can formally hear that. Last week, I met some of the most fantastic people I've ever run into. I'd like to thank the Cincinnati Fire Department, the Cincinnati Police Department, the City of Cheviot, Green Township, Hamilton County Sheriff, departments from all over that showed up. And I'd like to thank the local media for being respectful as they were asked to do. They didn't get in the family's face. Dale has a wonderful family. I got to meet his 3 kids and his sister and everybody else. And I was up here at the police department every day for probably 7 or 8 days in a row. And to you citizens that sent stuff over there or dropped off food or cookies or stopped in, you're awesome. The Chief Denny mentioned to me this evening that they got over 100 cards today. And it's 18 days after the fact. And wow, what a great community we live in. I don't know where to start and stop with that. So I enjoyed my year as president last year. Kathy, you said you wanted to hear what I thought of last year and what I'm looking forward to this year. I think in 17 there was a different level of things going on at the meetings. Let's just say I thought in 18, I thought they were vastly improved. Everybody got to speak who wanted to speak. Nobody was cut off. I think we got a lot of things done that way. I think we've really ramped it up on our zoning and complaints and really tried to make the township a better looking place, one parcel at a time, one house at a time. We've had a lot of people come into compliance on their own. I think Jenna and the zoning department has done a really good job. They're a small department. I think that when you increase their workload, I think she said they've gone from 1,400 to 1,765. What is that, a 20% increase in complaints handled or whatever? With regard to our police department and the cost and expenses, I know one of the things we went through last year, Kathy, right about this time last year when we were buying, police vehicles and talking about the police contract at Northgate and all that kind of stuff. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Enquirer, like it or not, ran a story about the Hamilton County Trustees, which have got themselves backed into a pretty hard financial corner, and they have directed the sheriff that they need to raise the rates for all the communities that they're providing service to, and it mentioned Sims Township, Sycamore Township, Anderson Township, and others. And you asked one of the things that I'm glad we did. I'm glad we got our police department stabilized, and you asked, so I'm answering. The 2 major street projects, the Burnside subdivision and the Royal Heights, Jackie's over there. There's still plenty of work left there to do. I thought that was that's a lot of street work, and I know Kevin's done his best to stay on top of it. It affects a lot of households. Back there on Jackie's, they're getting things replaced that have been in place for 60 years. Your comment about our policies, you sent me the one about the retire, rehire, and it's pretty much in there as you asked, and that's one of the policies that'll be voted on this evening. I thought I had a few other comments. That would about cover it, but I just want to thank everybody who showed up down at the Cintas Center, the people that lined Colerain Avenue and Spring Grove Avenue and Mitchell Avenue, and just thousands of people coming out of nowhere. The people that showed up for our prayer service we had Monday night, actually it was the evening Dale passed, and I prepared a few remarks to make, and I looked up, and all of a sudden you couldn't see the walls of the room. I don't know if people were coming up out of the floorboards or through the walls or what. It was just fabulous, the number of people who showed up. And Keith, it was so nice talking to you over at Colerain High School, and those of you that were able to show up for one of the 3 events. I was at all of them, and thanks to everybody who took the time to come out and show support for our department. Please continue to offer them whatever you can, because having dealt with a similar situation personally 31 years ago, a month or 2 afterward is when it gets really, really tough, when the attention dies down and people think it goes back to normal, except the people that were directly affected, it never goes back to normal for them. So that is my report. Thank you, Raj.
Thanks. Would you like?
Sure. Okay, let me go through some of the citizens' questions real quick before I get into my report here. Bruce said the agenda's too long. I agree, but it's also really transparent. So it's one of those things. It's like you got transparency, you got just length of an agenda, and I don't know where the happy medium is, but that was definitely one of our big goals was transparency. I think we've done a great job of that. You are 100% right. The policy manual is a living document, and it's subject to change. So if you guys find something that you just think is absolutely wrong or needs re-advised or whatever, please let us know. We can always use advice. I did just check the Facebook thing, and it didn't allow me to open up that page. Let's see here. Keith had commented about the gang of two. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hurtful in a way, just because I don't believe it for a second. And I don't want to put Raj on the spot, but if he would like to address that, that would be wonderful. Because if he feels like he's being ganged up on, then we have a huge problem. Because I don't perceive that to be reality, and that would be really hurtful. Because I genuinely care about these guys, and if there's anything I can ever do for them, whether it's in these walls or outside these walls, I'd be the first to do it because I love them. I genuinely love them. They're it's. I don't know, but it was just kind of hurtful, Keith. And if you feel that way about anything, you can address me before or after the meeting or any other day. There's usually 30 days in a month, depending on what month it is. I'm always available. And if you feel that way, please let me know, because that's a horrible perception that I think carried over from the previous board that just doesn't have any room on this board, because it's because that's when when you start going down that way and thinking that way, next thing you know, there's for lack of a better term, a conspiracy theory, or you start to look at, pessimistically instead of optimistically, and you start going down that negative road, and there's just no need to go there, because it's just not the way it is. I mean, everyone's obviously welcome to their own perceptions of how things are, but I can tell you from my perception, and again, at any point, Raj is welcome to speak to that. I would feel horrible if he feels like he's being ganged up on, because there's no excuse for that. There's no place for that in our administration, and same with Dan too. Raj and I have had personal moments outside of this because I do entrust him with some personal things I had going on in my life, and I don't want Dan or Jeff or anybody else in the building to feel left out. We all have different relationships, right? Like my relationship with you would be different from Larry's versus Raj versus Dan, and I care very much about them, and I pray that they don't ever feel ganged up on, because I would do anything I could to make sure that they don't feel that way. So if you're onto something and they do feel that way, I'm glad you brought it up, as hurtful as it is, but I hope that that's not the case. And again, if they choose to address it, I'll let them address that. But as far as some of the other accusations you had kind of slung out there earlier, these meetings are filmed. Go back, pull the footage, show me where you're saying it said what you said I said, and hopefully I can refute it, because we don't have a time and a place for violations here. There's just no room for that. My personal heart of hearts is if we did use the wrong prefix or suffix, or said something incorrect or something that made it sound like we had a violation, I really believe in my heart of hearts somebody would have reported us by now. We would have gotten a call from the Ethics Commission if there was a violation by now. So hopefully you heard something wrong, but if you didn't, please give us a chance to refute it. Give us a chance to clarify that. So I'll let that go for now. Rich, thank you for your insight. Sharon, looks like Sharon has left. But yeah, we're always looking for a fitting way to memorialize Officer Woods. To respond to Kathy's comment, Heather, do you have a time frame that you can get some of those documents by, or something like that? Just to, if you could, that would be wonderful.
They should be available soon. What was not mentioned was the almost 40 documents I've already sent her since the beginning of this year. Yes, I have.
Well, we can chat about that on another day, but definitely the sooner we can get those documents, the better. Stephanie, I want to thank you for acknowledging one of our hardworking employees. We have a lot, in fact, over 250 of them. But I really appreciate you singling that one out, because sometimes this can be a thankless job, and even the most humble person likes being appreciated, you know what I mean? So thank you for acknowledging a hardworking employee. Hopefully Carrie comes back, because she kind of took off. Maybe she's taking a smoke break. I don't know, but I did text her, so hopefully she'll come back and bring whatever it is that she wants to speak about, because I hope she didn't get the impression that we didn't want to hear from her, regardless of the length of what she wants to speak about. But if you do have something long that you would like to speak about, by all means, send it to us previously, and maybe we can figure it out before the meeting. In fact, I think that's when some of our best, thinking is done, really, because sometimes it's hard to think on the fly. I want to congratulate our new president, Raj.
Thank you.
If you missed out on the meeting, the organizational meeting before the trustee meeting, you're probably wondering what happened. Did they switch seats or whatever? So we usually, traditionally, it seems like, and we don't have to follow tradition, a new board president is appointed at the beginning of every year. Now, the reality is, if I thought Dan was doing a horrible job at any point during last year, we could have, in executive session, that's a personnel issue, if I'm not mistaken, I could have gone to Raj and said, okay, Raj, we got to get rid of Dan. He's doing a horrible job, or something like that. And obviously Dan will be right there in front of us saying, what can I do to improve that? That didn't happen, though, because I thought Dan did a wonderful job. My own, and both of them, I'm sure were open if I wanted to be the board president. But like I said before, in the past, the board president position was based on ego, and I hated that. That has not been the case with these guys by any stretch of the imagination, but it just wasn't something that interests me. The reality is we all have equal power, and we all have an equal voice. And I made it clear that whoever the president is, it doesn't really matter to me, as long as anytime we're expected to be somewhere, or anytime we're expected to speak, that we all have an equal opportunity. It doesn't mean we have to, but that's just the right thing to do. It's just a fair way of doing it. So, at any point during this year, if Raj does a horrible job, Dan and I could appoint somebody else if we want it. And same would be true if I was the president. If I was doing a horrible job, those two could tell me what a horrible job I'm doing and get rid of me. That's just the way it works. But the board president just runs the meetings. They don't have superpowers. Dan can't walk through walls, as far as I know yet. Maybe you can. I don't know. Raj can. That's why he's our new board president. But I'm excited. Raj wanted to take this on. It was a part of a chapter in his life that he wants to do, and he was excited about it. And Dan recognized that right away and said, I'll support you, Raj. And, that makes my decision a little bit easier. So, the meetings are not an easy thing to do, but I think Dan did a great job, and I'm sure Raj and I have learned enough that we could both run a meeting if we had to. And there's a learning curve to everything in life, and there's growing pains. So just bear with Raj in the coming months as he runs meetings, because it just takes time. It really takes time. So moving on here, I want to congratulate Lucas Bird, a LaSalle wrestler. He's always getting acknowledged in the news for his accomplishments, and athlete of the week and student of the week and student of the month, athlete of the month, or if I'm saying that correctly. He was a kid from summer camp from years ago, and it's nice to see people in our community getting the recognition they deserve, because he's a great kid outside of being a phenomenal wrestler. I want to thank, as an echo what Jeff Mills had said earlier about the Colerain Community Association, picking up all that trash, and holy moly, it's you want to talk about sometimes a thankless job, and they've been doing it 20 years. We just acknowledged them for their 20th anniversary this past year. They've been doing it so long, 20 years, that you can imagine all of us 20 years from now would be a little bit older too. So 20 years ago, they were a little bit younger, which means there's always room for growth, right? So if any of you are able-bodied and willing, and you want to take some pride in your community, I would strongly encourage everyone to get involved with. We've got 1 billion volunteer groups you can be a part of, but that's one of the long. Actually, I believe that is the long. Aside from the Colerain Historical Society, which is at 55 years. Am I right? Something like that. See, I read your newsletters. Two of the longest running volunteer committees you can be a part of, and I would strongly. There's a ton of people from the Colerain Historical Society here tonight. I would encourage everyone to get involved with those. Let's see here. We have the Breakfast with the Chiefs coming up. Chief Cook, not to put you on the spot, but do you know where it's at? I heard it was TBA. It was last Friday. Well, okay, so the reason for the next one, the February one, do you know when that is? That's okay. So we canceled our last meeting, for those of you that just caught on to that, out of respect for Officer Woods, and that's why our meeting is today. Usually they would not be the last, except during a nuisance meeting or something like that. They would not be during the last Tuesday of the month. So that's the reason for that. Does anyone have an event that they wanted me to speak of or advertise, or an event that I missed? I didn't have a whole bunch of events. Anybody? The cornhole tournament, update on that? Anyone? This Saturday, right? Because that was rescheduled from. Perfect. And are you still able to sponsor a team for the cornhole tournament? That's in. Sure, you can. Perfect. And that is. Agreed to sponsor a team and you have not sent your money in, please send it in. Okay, so if you haven't given Carrie your $40 after the meeting like I haven't, then see her after the meeting and give her your $40 and you can sponsor a team for the cornhole tournament, which benefits the Colerain Veterans Memorial. So, or just send it to Chris on his website. There you go. Let's see here. One of our residents had sent each of us an email saying that they would like us to answer this particular question, which Dan did, and I will attempt to now. What was our biggest accomplishment in 2018, and can you name 3 goals for 2019? I love that question. So for me to answer that question, my biggest accomplishment from 2018 would actually start probably about 6 years ago. I was literally the lowest man on the totem pole. I was a part-time seasonal employee, and Kevin will even tell you he would not recommend me to be hired because the poison that was up here. It was just horrible. And we had such just a bad administration that I wasn't good enough to be a part-time seasonal employee after decades of service. You can only imagine how hurtful that was to me. I was essentially a resident that no one in this building would listen to, much like how some of you sometimes unfortunately feel. But nonetheless, despite not caring about politics, hating politics, liking politics, or even knowing what politics were, I set out to change this place for the greater good. And last year for me personally was the culmination of years and years and years and years of hard work. Personally, I was on a warpath to clear out this building of anyone that I felt like didn't belong here. And I'm proud to say right now, in this moment, everyone is here because they want to be here, not because they have to be and because we want them here. Our staff continues to remind me that we made a lot of right decisions because they keep exceeding certainly my expectations. Job security is at an all-time high here, and I hope our employees hear that loud and clear. All we ask of you is that you just do your job to the best of your ability, and you have job security. It's that simple. So personally, I literally accomplished all of my goals last year, and all the credit in the world goes to the residents, A, for trusting me, and B, our employees, because there's nothing better than being able to call Public Works and saying, hey, do you know anything about this pothole? Oh yeah, we're already on it. We got it fixed. Or do we have a sign missing? Speaking of which, we got to there's another sign missing on Sella that I think was before you guys even knew it was missing, so you had no way of knowing it was missing. We got to get on that one. But we did have the one that was damaged. Stuff like that. It's really appreciated. So with that being said, I had literally accomplished all my goals last year, and the first year that I had trustees that would actually listen to me, because the first 2 years I was they do everything they could to try to silence me. And since I accomplished all my goals last year, I had to make new goals for this year. And I'll say this, I think my 3 goals for 2019 are to continue to bring everyone together, and we've had lots of community events that helped enable that. We had obviously Brody. That was an amazing way to bring the community together. Officer Woods bringing the community together. We've got all these events, the July 4th 5K that bring people together. We've got the senior programming and kids camps and all these things that bring people together. And you heard Kevin mention earlier, this year we're going to do our first ever primitive camping night at Heritage Park. That's a first of its kind that we've ever done here. We're going to do a kayaking or canoeing event. All these things are things that bring people together. I'm going to continue to support all of our friends in Northbrook who are doing amazing things with the community. Our Colerain Business Association, our Colerain Historical Society. All these groups are what give us the quality of life that we have. So continue to bring everyone together. I'm going to continue to support that. How you doing, Adam? Good timing. You're right in the middle of the world's longest trustee report. I'm kidding, it's not that long, and we're getting there. So anyway, the 3 goals for 2019, bring everyone together, especially with quality of life programs for our residents, particularly our kids and our seniors, because seniors have been here the longest. They should have seniority, and theoretically, our seniors have paid the most taxes, so we should look after them. They've been here the longest, they paid the most taxes, and one of the other things for 2019 is continue the transparency. I think transparency's never been higher. You know what I mean? I'm fortunate. I get to see it from the inside, whereas I can understand how a resident might have trouble seeing that sometimes because there are things, you saw the Capstan homicide. There were certain things that we had to keep to our chest, because we couldn't jeopardize the investigation. That transparency, keep it at the levels it's at. Because I don't see any issues there now, whereas there definitely were issues with transparency in the past. I don't think anyone would question my love for Colerain, but we haven't even come close to reaching our potential, and I mean that in the sincerest way. The beautification initiative will take years, but it's the groundwork for bringing Colerain to the next level that our residents deserve. So you've been hearing a lot about the beautification initiatives, and that covers so many things. It's such a huge thing. And I really strongly believe that 2019, that's got to be one of our biggest goals to try to achieve, because it's almost, I don't want to say it's an unattainable goal, it's just a really long goal. It's going to take a long time that really shouldn't even have to be a goal. But the reality is, we had boards in the past, with all due respect, some great boards, but some that just, I don't know if they just didn't care, or if they just, there were, outside, things that were keeping them from being able to do the right thing. But there are a lot of things that should have been done by now, pertaining to beautification. And it sounds like the board is in support of making it the place that we all know it can be, and that we deserve to have. So I'm really, really looking forward to the beautification initiative. And then I guess finally, my last goal for 2019 is to try to raise our tax base so that we don't have to put any levies on, because typically levies are not something that people will look at and go, woo, they're usually, they kind of have a negative, downtrodden kind of overtone to them. And the reality is, at the end of the day, whether a levy passes or fails, no matter what, whether it's school, fire, police, doesn't make any difference to me. You, the resident, have a right to vote on how your money is spent. So at the same time, though, if we can extend levies, like the police levy, for example, is in, I believe, the 7th year of a 5-year levy. If we can extend levies and stuff like that, well, then it makes our decision making a lot easier, right? So the reality is, my personal opinion, the second your residents' safety is in jeopardy, you owe it to your residents to put on a levy and let them vote how their money is spent. If you vote no, that's fine. That's your right. If you vote yes, that's your right too. But we do have to be good stewards of our tax money. So I would love to try to increase our tax base so that we don't have to even consider putting on any levies. And one of the ideas we had was a traffic court. And I don't have an update on that. I believe we're waiting to hear back from our state rep on that to see if we can do that. I think it's typically something that a city would do, but we've heard that villages have done it in the past, so I really don't have an update on that. But it's stuff like that, outside the box type thinking, that will help extend our levies so that we don't have to ask for them, or don't have to ask for as much on one of them. We have a lot of development opportunities on the horizon, and it's really... a lot of it is because we live in a community with a high traffic count. I know, Bruce, for example, he doesn't want any more traffic. He lives in a rural part of Colerain, and I totally respect that. But the reality is, we have an existing tax base, and we have an existing just huge traffic count that attracts business opportunities, lots of them. And hopefully we can make the most of them, and that'll increase our tax base as well. But again, ultimately, I think our residents deserve, a right to vote on how their money is spent if they want us to, because especially if their safety is in jeopardy. I am of the opinion right now that our residents' safety is not in jeopardy. But if our call times, as you heard earlier, if they start getting crazy or something like that, well, then that's something we'll definitely need to consider. But I'm going to close here and just kind of say that in all things in regards to Officer Wood's funeral, it was... a few days after he passed away, I felt like there was kind of a turn, and it kind of turned into a celebration of life, which was awesome. Because if you think about, unfortunately, times like these, sometimes we have to question our own mortality. And what would you want? And you have to put yourself in those shoes. What would you want? And I can say most people would probably not want people crying over them, being upset. They'd want to remember the good times, the good stories, the time that he only said no to somebody at Walmart. Just the things that. You would want people to speak highly of you, and everyone has spoke so highly of him, and everyone has done so many things for the family, and it was amazing to see everyone come together for the right reasons. And I could not be more proud of our employees who worked so hard. I don't want to go down the path of thanking everyone, because I'll miss so many people, because there were so many people to thank. But our employees just did so much in such a short amount of time, and especially under just the emotional constraints of something like this happening. I'll continue to. I'll share my favorite part of the ceremony, the celebrating his life, was when we were leaving the funeral home. I believe Raj was sitting in front of me on the bus. We had a bunch of people from the administration on it, and we look out the window, and all of a sudden, I believe it was 9:37, everyone turned their lights on at the exact same time, all of our officers, and I believe the song Simple Man by Shinedown, which is a Leonard Skinner remix, came on, and that was the moment for me. It was just like, wow, like this guy just got honored in a way that was fitting for a superhero, and it was so humbling, it was amazing, and I will never forget that moment. I'm honored that I got to share it with some former trustees and current trustee and our administration, everyone on that bus. I feel like, you know, just being part of that moment brings you, you know, to a closer togetherness that you could have never achieved otherwise. And I think there's something to be said for that when you know, Dale's life brought so many people together in so many different ways. And I'm just so honored to be part of it. But we do want to do a fitting memorial for Officer Woods, and I don't know that there's an answer as to what that fitting memorial is. But if you have suggestions, by all means, give it to us, because I'm convinced no matter what we do, it's never going to be good enough. But at the same time, there's definitely room there to do something spectacular for a spectacular human being. So I'm just going to close and say this. I'm going to challenge everyone to do a random act of kindness in Officer Woods' name. And thank you for your time. Thank you, Raj.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Dan, for electing me as the president of the board, giving me an opportunity to serve for this year. And we are starting with 2019, very sad year. We saw the fallen our own officer, his sadness. You know, we all saw that. And also it brought our community together and make our community very stronger. We get to feel the sadness of everyone, and that this is our community. We're going to serve. We're going to make our community a better place to live for our future kids, future generation. And moving forward, 2019, what we're going to do? What's our objective goals for our township? I have some report, the strategic plan that all the department head and all our leaders got together, developed this strategic plan. Are we going to follow the strategic plan and make it happen in 2019? I'm going to read some of this strategic plan that each department created. This is our goal we're going to accomplish in 2019. The finance department, centralize and standardize the human resource functions of the township. Number 2, provide efficient, effective, safe information technology infrastructure to the organization. Number 3, continuously improve the operation of the township. Number 4, improve financial policies and processes. So this basically translates into a transparency. How we operate, how we spend the money, you know, make to people to know what's going on, how we are giving the better service for the money they pay, the taxes, the value for the money. Our citizens, the residents feel, hey, I'm paying this much taxes. Am I getting the value for my hard-earned money that I spent? That's number 1 priority we're going to see in 2019. And the planning and zoning, increase efficiency of core functions or increase utilization of technology to improve operations. Improve code enforcement outcomes. Number 3, use an incremental elements approach to update township's comprehensive plan. Number 4, ensure our zoning resolution continues to reflect the policies of the township. Number 5, complete special projects in furtherance of township policy. Number 6, develop our staff and volunteer boards. This planning and zoning. Then comes to public works. Improve and maintain the township road and stormwater infrastructures. Number 2, ensure that our township parks and community center facilities are safe, clean, and inviting public spaces. Number 3, foster a culture of opportunity, continuous improvement, and excellence in the operation of the department. Number 4, modernize procedures, equipment, and technology. Number 5, improve communication with internal, external stakeholders. Now the police. Reduce perceptions and fear of crime. Engage with the community and increase retentions. Fire departments and okay, this fire departments, I left it, fire chief. Fire department also come up with a strategic planning, increase the best service they can serve to our community. The bottom line, it all comes to our goals, 2019. Our township and people work together. And this meeting is a starting point where the people can communicate and express what they see the wrong we are doing, what we can further improve our service, and also they also give the projections, give some ideas, input, what they're feeling about what's going on. So I like to, as a president of the board, every meeting you guys come to, I want to be a meaningful meeting. It's not just people we come there and talk and just go away. But every meeting is very, very important. It should have impact on our operations, how the township conducts our business, how we serve the people. That's very, very critical elements. What I'd like to urge the people when they come to the meeting, you like to email the administrator and the department heads, and also copy us, our trustees, what concern us. So we'll be more prepared when you come to the next meeting, what concerns are, then we're able to answer your questions, and also we can we make necessary steps to improve our service to the community. And my goal is as a trustee, I work closely with the ODOT I've been working with. The Colerain Avenue is a very critical factor. There's where a lot of accident happens, so make it safe. That, we are talking about the Colerain Avenue beautification. The word beautification translates into economic development.
Amen.
Economic development is a very critical part of 2019. We like to see more economic development, growth in our township, increase the labor market, and bring more revenue to our township. And that's what we're going to work on it. And also, other thing I would like to do, build up a strong neighborhood. It's very critical. And we already start working with the Northbrook, but there is also Groesbeck, Pleasant Run, and also bring all this neighborhood close together and give them as much a service to give to any other neighborhood. That's my goal. That's my report. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
So we'll move to the next agenda.
Mr. Rajagopal,
I mean,
board, I recommend that the board move to
new business.
Yes, I recommend that the board move to amend the agenda to add an item, motion to terminate Kevin Wiley.
Such a motion on the floor.
Then I'll second Roger's motion. Any discussion?
Okay, any discussions? If there's no discussion, Heather, would you please call for the...
Mr. Inskel?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Very good.
Motion carried.
Very good. Thank you, board. I recommend the board adopt a motion to terminate Kevin Wiley, who is currently on probation. In the probationary period of his employment, excuse me.
I motion that we do such a thing.
I second it. Okay, any discussions? Okay, Heather, would you please call?
Mr. Inscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board. The next item on the agenda is a motion to accept a donation. As I mentioned earlier, Police Chief Mark Denny is excused this evening, but he did have an item on the agenda to accept a $1,500 donation from Cynthia Booth and the COBCO or Cobco Enterprises Company. Ms. Booth is the owner of both Colerain Township McDonald's restaurants. The Gross Spec location had a grand reopening after a remodel recently, and Mrs. Booth presented the police department with a $1,500 check to support our operations. The recommendation is to adopt the motion to accept that donation.
We should have done
I motion that we do such a thing.
I'll add a second.
Any discussions?
I wish we could have done a grand opening ribbon cutting. That'd be fun. Same with, what was it, Played Against Sports, just under new ownership. And I would have loved to have done another grand opening for them. A reopening, per se. That's all for me.
None for me.
Would you please call for the vote?
Mr. Inscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Very good. Thank you, Board. The next item is an item with the fire department. I'll invite Chief Cook up to present that item.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. First item is request authorization for a change of pay status for Natasha Simmons from firefighter, emergency medical technician, basic, to firefighter paramedic classification at a new pay rate of $15.93 per hour, retroactive back to Wednesday, November 28, 2018. Firefighter Simmons has successfully completed State of Ohio Department of Fire and EMS requirements to function as a paramedic. The request to backdate her effective date is a result of the interdepartmental approval process that extended beyond the due date for the December Board of Trustees agenda due date of submission.
I'll make the motion.
I second. Any discussions?
Yes, I was curious if that would affect her W-2, but she'll get paid.
That's a good question.
She'll get paid, that money will come this year because last year already happened and it's over with. So that'll just show on her next check the difference between November 24th and December 31st.
Right.
I'll have to check with payroll to see how they handled it. I don't know.
Okay,
That's typically how it.
That's my only discussion. That's just something I thought of since it was reaching back into last year and that's all, nothing else from me.
Any further discussions? No? Would you please call for the vote?
Mr. Inscombe?
Did we?
I made a motion. I think Raj seconded.
Okay.
I second.
Yeah.
Mr. Inscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Okay, the next item is to recommend acceptance of an unfit for use school bus motor vehicle donation. Request authorization to accept a school bus motor vehicle donation from the Northwest Local School District for the purpose of technical rescue training. The vehicle is being disposed of by the school district because it is unfit for use for which the vehicle was acquired.
I motion that we do such a thing.
I'll offer a second.
Any discussions?
Yeah, thank the school district. I love opportunities to partner with them on anything we can, and this is a nice gesture for sure. But I certainly look forward to working with them in the future. But yeah, definitely, if we can send them an extra thank you, it's appreciated.
And that's some very critical type training
Yeah.
for a worst case scenario
absolutely.
thing. So thank you to our friends over at the Northwest Local School District Board of
No,
Education.
they're my friends
That's right.
at the school.
You're
Not your
correct.
friends, they're my friends.
But no, that's a great training mechanism to have that, and hopefully that you can train on that all day long, and we never ever need to use it, but it's a good thing to
This
have.
is the second vehicle they've donated to us in recent times.
No kidding.
We've got extensive use from these vehicles. It allows us to remove victims, or let us practice removing victims from a tight quartered vehicle.
Sure.
You know, there's very limited space in and out of a school bus. The actual stabilization, you know, we acquired new airbags last year, and you know, the event that we have a rollover or something like that, you know, we're able to practice stabilizing the vehicle, and then just the use of our extrication tools on this type of vehicle.
I appreciate that. And while we're on the topic of the school board, I would love if anybody can encourage them to come to our meetings. That would be nice. There's 5 of them, so it's a little bit easier for them to come out to our meetings once a month and just keep everybody in the loop. I would love to say that we could have a trustee member at their meetings as well. Unfortunately, Monday nights are one of the few nights that I cannot do it, and that's when their meetings are. But yeah, I appreciate that for sure. Send our gratitude.
No other discussion from me.
Go.
Mr. Inscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Runger?
Aye.
Next item, I'd like to recommend acceptance of a $20 cash donation. Request authorization to accept a monetary donation from Miss Linda Davis of Harry Lee Lane in appreciation for fire and emergency medical services provided to the community.
A motion that we would accept that donation?
I'll second.
Any discussions?
None.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Inscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Runger?
Aye.
Next item, recommend acceptance of one donated $100 Visa gift card. Request authorization to accept a $100 Visa gift card from Miss Susan Malcolm of Springdale Road in appreciation for fire and emergency medical services provided to the community.
A motion that we would accept it?
I second it. Any discussions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not usually much discussion other than thank you on those
Thank you.
donations. Mr. Inscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Runger?
Aye.
Recommend the adoption of a motion authorizing the disposal of 2 surplus motor vehicles by means of auction per the recommendation of the Department of Fire and EMS's fleet manager. Request authorization to auction surplus motor vehicles by means of GovDeals auction website. The 2 motor vehicles were taken out of service as a result of being obsolete and unfit for use for which they were acquired. One of the vehicles is a SUV type of vehicle, and the second vehicle is the 1991 E1 ladder truck, which the new one replaced. So we no longer have a use for these vehicles. In the one case, the vehicle's unfit, unroadworthy for use, and the ladder truck has obviously been replaced and is just not required in our inventory anymore.
Can make a motion?
And I will second it.
Any discussions?
Any fire department out there that's looking for such a piece of equipment, I hope there's a way to reach out to them and let them know it's on GovDeals. Maybe there's some other municipality that would need something like that that's never had one. So, and no more from me.
Okay. Heather, would you please call?
Mr. Inscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Runger?
Aye.
Next item, recommend acceptance of a $50 donation. Request authorization to accept a monetary donation from Hair Max Beauty Supply, Northgate, Colerain Avenue, in appreciation for fire and emergency medical services provided to the community.
Let's make a motion.
I'll offer a second.
I want to thank for these people to give us some money to help the fire department.
Yes.
Yeah, I personally write letters to each one of the donors.
I really appreciate that. I really do.
So
That's outstanding, recognizing our service. Would you please call?
No discussion from
No
me.
discussion.
Mr. Inscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Runger?
Aye.
Okay, the next item is recommend adoption of a motion to conditionally hire the following candidates, a part-time fire department employee at the specified hourly rate. Morgan Mason, firefighter emergency medical technician at a rate of $14.50 per hour. Mr. Mason is a replacement for part-time firefighter EMT employees that have recently separated from the department. The hiring of Mr. Mason will be contingent upon successful completion of all applicable pre-employment evaluation and procedures. Mr. Mason's start date will be effective as soon as possible after Sunday, February 10th, 2019, following compliance with the aforementioned conditions with a 1-year probationary period.
Make a motion.
I'll offer a second.
Any discussion? Chief, you got wonderful, amazing people working in our fire department. And adding this talented people and really greatly serve our community, saving lives.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate your
Thank you.
selection. Heather, would you please go?
Mr. Inscoe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Runger?
Aye.
Next item is recommending acceptance of a $25 donation. Request authorization to accept a monetary donation from Ms. Donna Hohenstadt of Breezy Way in appreciation for fire and emergency medical services provided to the community.
Make a motion.
I'll second it.
Any discussions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Inscoe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Runger?
Aye.
And the last item is request authorization to conditionally hire one full-time firefighter paramedic from an eligibility list established during March of 2018. The authorization requested is to fill a firefighter paramedic position created by the Operations Bureau as a result of a lateral transfer of firefighter James Bowman to the Community Risk Reduction Division as a fire life safety inspector.
Make a motion.
I'll offer a second.
Any discussions?
So the change in our census was at the last hire when we moved the first person over to inspector.
Yes, Mr. or firefighter Bowman will be, like I said, laterally transferred into our community risk reduction to perform fire life safety inspections throughout all the mercantile, occupancies, schools. The department inspects or has the responsibility to inspect over 3 million square feet.
So if a business wanted to be proactive and contact our fire department and say, hey, can you come over here and point out what I'm doing right and wrong? Is that, how would they go about doing that?
But we have our businesses, our schools, departments, they're on a annual or biannual rotation.
So you're checking every commercial, school, governmental structure?
We're doing our best to try to get into every single occupancy in the township.
Okay. No, nothing else from me.
I know your people come and inspect our business.
Yeah, me too. It's a
They
tall
pass.
task.
They don't pass. But I think it's a good prevention program. And also, the inspectors come, they not only just inspect, they also educate the people. It's very important. It's the prevention, deterrent, is a remarkable service, I think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Any discussion?
Did you fail your inspection too, Raj?
No.
I needed fire extinguishers, so I did.
No,
but it's good now.
Because it's very important.
Those things expire every year. Do you know that?
You prevent a lot of fatalities.
Well, we think that we have a premier community reduction program, not only from the inspections that are done within the occupancies, but also from the education component. We have the representatives up at the mall who have over 5,000 contacts annually with people, not only doing health assessments, but also doing preventative or public education opportunities. Our fire companies, they visit the schools, people tour the fire stations. Other departments do that, but we think that we have the premier program. And, I'm very fortunate to have a very talented staff that buy in and see the vision. For me, several years ago, the Community Risk Reduction Division was reduced considerably. And one of my goals as fire chief was to try to reestablish that and, provide the quality service, to this township. Part of our, part of what we do besides providing fire protection and emergency medical services is also to try to reduce the risk within the community.
Yeah, well, you have a premier everything, and our residents should be very happy. They're getting a lot for their money, so thank you for that.
Well, I certainly appreciate the board for your support.
Thank you. You make I can speak for myself at least. You make my job a lot easier, and I appreciate that. I'm sure they would agree.
Thank you, Chief. Heather, would you please go?
Mr. Inscoe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Runger?
Aye.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
The next item is a Public Services Department set of items, and that'll be presented by Director Kevin Schwartzoff.
Hope you guys have your Fitbits on. We're getting all these extra steps now.
Thank you, Jeff. I have 3 items tonight for the board's consideration. The first is a motion authorizing the execution of all necessary agreements with the Southwest Ohio Regional Transit Authority, which is SORTA, or others for a paratransit vehicle for senior center. I recommend the adoption of a motion authorizing the township administrator to execute all necessary contracts with Southwest Ohio Regional Transit Authority or others for the purchase of a paratransit vehicle for our senior center. As was reported last year, the township applied for and received a federal grant through the Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana Regional Council of Governments for the purchase of a small bus for the senior center. The federal share or grant amount for the bus is $102,792, and the township would be required to pay a local share of $25,698. The van is used on a daily basis to transport Colerain Township residents and members of the senior center to appointments, shopping, and senior center programs. The grant program is structured such as SORTA is the recipient of the grant, and they pass the bus along to Colerain Township under the terms of the attached subrecipient agreement. I ask for your approval.
Make a motion.
I'll offer a second.
Any discussions? Any discussion?
When do you think we'll finally have this? This has been going on for a
Say
while.
Late spring.
Of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No other discussion for me.
It's a good thing you got it for the grants, and it's, we need a new bus.
When we started this, I wasn't a senior citizen, but now I am. Unfortunately, we get it.
So now it's of more importance to you. Yeah, now he needs it. Yeah, he's trust me, he's trying to do it ASAP. Before it was like,
Thank you very much for your service. Would you please call for the?
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Runger?
Aye.
My second is the motion to accept the donations. Recommend the approval of a motion to accept donations for the Mega Land Playground Replacement Project from the following donors and the amounts. Rumkey, $3,000. Robin and David Fogelsong, $100. Jeff Mills, $100. Kiwanis Clubs of Colerain, $300. Rick and Dee Dee Waxman, $50. Diana and Bob Relay, $300. Adlita Construction, $400. Arab Termite and Pest Control, $300. The Bosarge family, George, Tom, John, and Mickey, $500. The donations will be used to support the budget for the Mega Land Playground Replacement Project.
that's excellent. Yeah, I'll proudly make that motion.
I'll second it.
Any discussions? Yeah. I want to make a comment, and Kevin, thank you so much for approaching these people, our donors, and we thank those donors to make a great place for our children. Thank you. Heather, would you please call?
Thank you to the donors.
I'll briefly say this. It's times like this that I really miss our former employee, Joe Moulter, because he was awesome at going around getting sponsors and whatnot. So he's dearly missed for sure, for sure. If there's anything we can do to help try to get the word out or try to get more sponsors, please let us know. We're always looking for suggestions, but man, he was the best when it came to donations. He really miss him. Great guy. Great family man, too.
Thank you.
Before I call the roll, Greg, I agree. It was impossible to say no to Joe when he was
Yeah, he was good.
asking, so.
And he wasn't like pushy or anything. He was just a great human being. You know what I mean? Like, really miss him.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
And my final item is a motion to approve a rental agreement. Recommend approval of a motion to allow the township administrator to execute a rental agreement between the township and the Commencement Church. Commencement Church is a longtime renter in good standing and desires to continue its rental agreement for Hall B on Sunday mornings from February 1, 2019 to January 31st, 2020 for a total of $6,000 for the year.
I'll make the motion.
I second. Any discussions?
Yeah, to say they're in good standing with the community is an understatement. They are amazing. Anytime you ever need anything, they will always do whatever they can to help out. I can speak for a few personal times when they donated bounce houses for the last day for the summer park program. Anytime you go up to was it the concerts in the park or movies in the park, they always have popcorn out there for everybody. Just super involved in our community. Just a great group of people. If anybody's looking for a place to get their worship on, check them out. They're really good people. Yeah.
Nothing for me.
Thanks. Would you call?
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board.
Real quick, while I got Kevin in front of me, Kevin, if you can get with Linda before you leave about a sign, we replaced one of the signs on Cellar right there, but there was another one that I guess went missing that I don't even think we knew was ever there because it had gone missing so long ago. And she's a pretty little lady. She'll wave to you. See, that's her waving if you turn around. No, in the reflection. Okay, okay. Avoid her. Run while you can. No, but if you get a chance before you go, if you guys could get together, that would be wonderful.
Kevin, thank you for taking care of the numerous things I've asked of your department lately.
Yeah,
Getting out and getting on top of it, that landslide business and all that stuff.
Where was the landslide at?
I mean, top secret. It's just in one of our, it's in one of our subdivisions that was approved by the county several years ago, and I appreciate you getting out the next day and looking at that, and these residents, because I always invite them to call me, my cell phone number's on the township website, and I throw this stuff off to you, and you get it the next day, and I really do appreciate that. So, thank you.
I also would recommend, we react, we're a fairly small department, so if people see something they think needs fixed or they have a problem, they should contact us any day of the week at our office or email me, my phone number, I got a cell numbers, my business card, and we'll react rather than maybe wait till our meeting once a month.
Oh, no, I send you stuff all the time.
So just call us.
While we've got Public Works Director Kevin Schwartzoff in front of us, we did not, so this is prior to you guys obviously coming around, we've unfortunately experienced some loss in that department and we never really backfilled it. So those guys, the problem with his employees is they work so hard that you don't realize, like, oh my gosh, like we need to backfill these positions, and they were never backfilled from years ago. And the reality is, if they didn't work so hard, if they didn't do such a good job, people would be shouting at us to hire some people in that department, but they are behind, and you're going to really notice that as we get if we dig deeper into this beautification initiative, we're going to need a lot more public support from the Public Works Department, and I would just say keep it in the back of your mind. We are for sure going to have to add some, whether it's part-time seasonal or not, we're going to have to definitely add some people to that department. So just keep that in mind as we get through the beautification initiative stuff. But please pass along to all your guys just our gratitude, because man, they work hard. I mean, like Dan said earlier with snow removal. I mean, those are arguably some of our hardest.
I sent you one today from some lady that didn't think I don't want to say her name, but I guess her street, people leave. And by the way, when it snows, get your cars off the street. That way your car won't be buried by a bank of snow. I dug out my neighbor who left her car on the street, and because of that, the plow had to leave about a 40-foot swath of snow. If you'd have seen me at 4:30 this afternoon, I was finally moving some of that out of the way. Just get your cars off the street when it snows.
You want a cookie, Dan?
No.
I mean,
I've had too many.
Kevin, I want to thank you. Every time I send you an email, when the citizens ask me, they send me an email, I always forward to you, ask you, you always take care of it. And I appreciate that. In the couple of the residents in the snow, in some street that got struck, immediately took care of it. I will appreciate that.
Lights.
We do provide service. We just have to know about it sometimes. So
Yeah.
if you have a problem, you just need to let us know that.
Yeah.
And for
That's the reason I just said earlier, the transparency, communications, and email with you and Jeff Mills, and that'll play an important role in providing a greater service.
Just don't forget to get with Linda before you leave, and then get ready 2019. Lights. We're going to light this place up.
One last thing, Jeff, I sent something over to you last Saturday morning. We're still having that water problem down at the bottom of the new subdivision, and I sent you some pictures of it. And if you could communicate that to the county, that has not been resolved yet, which is just another one of those things that goes on I think, I don't know what these guys are doing, but I'm out looking at stuff every day. My kids are moved out of town, and I'm kind of your worst nightmare because people call me and I go out and look at it.
That's what we're here for.
Yep. Okay, moving along.
All right,
Planning and zoning?
no items in planning and zoning.
Okay.
So the next item is administration. Yeah, so this is a resolution adopting the Colerain Township Policy Manual. I wish that Jeff, he's not feeling well today, but he's done an incredible amount of work putting together this new policy manual, where basically we went through every single policy of the township with a fine-tooth comb. Huge amount of time and discussion, and all that culminated in the creation of this new and improved policy book, because we knew that it was a priority of this board to update all of our policies. So the Colerain Township Administration strives to manage policy and wants to have one central document that contains all the township's policies. In the past, policies were adopted sort of at random, not at random, but were adopted in a less comprehensive way and not housed in one central location. Employees, citizens, and elected officials are often not fully aware of the policies on file. There's also a number of policies that did not exist and had to be drafted to add to this document. So by formally adopting this policy book, the trustees will be establishing their policy guidance for day-to-day operations of the township. There have been 3 changes of note to this document since the first reading of that policy, and that would be the retire-rehire policy. The 2 cyber liability policies were merged into one, and a small modification in the telecommunications policy was included to accurately reflect job responsibilities. The township staff recommends approval of this resolution.
And I would motion that we do such a thing.
I'll offer a second.
Any discussions?
The book is not perfect. I have read through it. It originally was supposed to be on the December 11th agenda.
Yes, sir.
It got pushed back to January 8th, and then that meeting has been pushed back to tonight, so we've had an additional 6 weeks to go through it. I've read through it and looked at everything, and it's a lot of reading. It's a lot of pages, Bruce. You will love it. It's great.
Yeah, if you need some sleeping material.
And there's going to be some stuff in there that a policy maybe as soon as the next meeting that we call out and say,
Yes.
we want to retract this policy, and I expect that once this becomes a formal document, we're going to hear that, and we've heard from people already, such as the adjustments I made to it on your recommendation, so that's a living, breathing document that's subject to change as conditions change and people change. But it's great to have it all in one place, because that's one of the charges of the new board that started in 18 was, we did have a lot of policies flung all over the place, and now you've got them all centralized and updated, and there's going to be typos and some mistakes. It's not perfect, and I expect we'll continue to discuss it, but for tonight, I'm ready to adopt it.
Yeah. I'll just briefly say, this was definitely one of my weaknesses, and I swear I learn 10 new things every day, but this policy manual, I've learned 12, I think. But yeah, keep the suggestions coming, and we'll keep updating it on an as-needed basis. So, thank you.
I have a great problem with this policy, certain things, which is not fair, which is not, I feel it's not great, I'm going to start with the vacation leave. Okay, if you look at all other department, anywhere in the county, any other department, the vacation times accrue. Okay, for example, if you work, a person work from, for 0 to 5 years, they get 10 days of vacation, 2 weeks vacation. And every pay period, that 2 weeks is divided by the pay period, they accrue it in a yearly. When I come to the first year, then they'll get a 2 weeks vacation. Same thing like a 6 to 10 years, this is a Colerain Township vacation time, 15 days, 3 weeks. 11 to 15 years, 18 days, 3 weeks and 3 days. Then 16 to 25 years service, you got 22 days and 4 weeks and 2 days. And 25 years and more, you got 5 weeks. This almost every government entity is you accrue the vacation time. Here, according to our policy, which it says, for example, I got to open up my computer. So they're given, for example, if we start on February 1st, 2015, you automatically put in 10 days, the very first day. So the guy, not even finish a year, he may work for employee can work for a week or so, he already can take 10 days off. Okay, the vacation time not accrued. It should be accrued. I think it's a very, very, very fault of this these policy procedures on the substance of the vacation leave. You look at county, even you ask Jeff when he comes back to work, the vacation time is accrued. You ask any other township, we do not give at the very first day of the employment, you are 10 days of vacations, you take it. I think that needs to be changed. And a sick leave also. Another thing, back to the vacation leave, you get one to the first year, you got 10 days vacation day. The next year, very start of the next year, then you put on 10 days. The guy decide to leave, a person decide to leave, the second year's you can take a 2 weeks vacation, you get paid, 4 weeks altogether. So it depends upon how many years he served. I think that's not fair. That needs to be completely changed. Vacation hours, vacation days should be given on the accrual basis of the pay period. It should be divided by the 26 paychecks. Then I also see the sick leave, that 4.6 hours for each 80 hours. That need to be changed. A lot of sick leave need to be re-evaluated. Then also I see it, most of the departments, most of the place, when you call in sick for 3 days minimum at least, you got to bring a doctor's note. In our township here, 5 days, you can take a whole week off. You don't need a doctor note. A guy can call in 5 days, whole week. He can come back to work. No doctor note. I think that needs to be changed. And also there is a pay for unused credit upon separation. That need to be studied again and paid up to 1/4 of the value of up to a maximum accumulation of 960 hours. Those things need to be changed and look into this. And I don't understand, what is this attendance enhancement? You pay something for the people, attendance, you got a perfect attendance, something like that?
What page are you referring to, Mr. Rajagopal?
That's page 84. What is attendance enhancement? I don't understand. What are you trying to give? I know they already get 2 personal days. Some of the department, they get 2 personal days if you don't call in sick. It's a discretion of each department. And
This says, when in their sole judgment it is necessary and in the best interest of the community, the township trustees may implement programs to encourage employee attendance by using incentive and initiative programs. So it gives trustees the ability to create attendance incentive.
So what type of incentive you give?
We don't.
That would be up to us to give it. If the 3 of us
Right.
decide to incentivize anything, the 3 of us could do that.
Okay, I need to elaborate this on a page where it says that internally access to the personal files will be limited to only those specifically authorized by the Board of Trustees. The personal files is access to the employees. They can come and go and look at their personal files.
What page are you on?
I'm sorry?
What page are you referring to?
I wrote the page here wrong.
I would
The
say
old
there's
one,
a-
old parts of, I wrote page 22. The old one, the new policy.
There's probably a very limited number of people that have access to unredacted personnel items.
There should be.
It's about 250 pages. I'm just not sure what you're
Yeah,
referring to. I'm sorry.
And I would say some of those items are probably contractual that would need to be negotiated at the next time an employee union labor contract comes up.
Thank you, Dan. That's kind of what I was thinking here. So is any of the vacation pay that Raj mentioned subject to the collective bargaining agreement outside of, am I wording that correctly?
If the personnel policies differ from the collective bargaining agreements, the collective bargaining agreements control.
Can you repeat that for me one more time? This is a struggle for me.
Yes. if the collective bargaining agreements differ from what's in your personnel policies and procedures, the collective bargaining agreements are the controlling document. They're the document that gives the rights.
Gotcha.
And as far as the sick time accumulation, that's something that's more controlled at the state level.
Yeah, that's in the Ohio Revised Code.
Right. And those are all fine things, Raj, and I'd be happy to, if you want to start bringing those back one at a time, I'd be happy to review those.
I think there's so many things we need to address is MARP and this paid sick leaves, the attorney-client. I think we should not be, it's almost like a Bible for our township, this policy procedures. There's so many things it need to be discussed, maybe privately with Jeff and maybe the department heads. I think we should not be passed tonight.
Sorry, this is all stuff we can talk about in executive session, right, Larry? So at any point, this is a personnel issue, presumably, or this is not executive session material?
I don't think it's executive session material.
So just to give you an example, I think Kathy may have reached out to Dan, and you guys had a meeting of the minds about one of the issues was retiree hire, right? So, and that's something that I disagree with what's written in this policy, but Dan reached out to me and said, hey, the retiree hire policy, I would like to do X. And then I reached out to Greg, I reached out to Raj and said, hey, do you agree with this? And another trustee agreed with it. I put it in. I made that change because the role here is that we execute the policy of the board, right? And so that was an appropriate way to get something changed in the policy book, was to reach out to me and say, hey, Jeff, not at a trustee meeting, but before a trustee meeting, to reach out and say, hey, Jeff, I would like to do X, Y, or Z with the policy. And then I would reach out to the other board members and say, hey, we'd like to make this change. Is there one other board member that agrees with that? Then we make that change and I bring it to you. It's hard for me when we're sitting at a trustee meeting to make that change. And this is a really important thing to have. And so my recommendation would be to adopt it. And then if there's something that you would like to change, to reach out to me and say, hey, Jeff, I don't agree right now with the whatever policy.
Have Jeff bring it to us.
And then and then we bring it back.
Yeah.
And then, but it's really important right now to have some kind of policy document.
Yeah, you can't operate with nothing.
Right. And then work to fix it.
Yeah.
Right. And so that was the idea. We've never, since 2012, I don't remember having an agenda item that was given a first reading. And that was the whole reason why we gave it a first reading. We brought it to you guys and said, hey, this is our first crack at it. We've been working on this for 8 months. Take a look at it and let us know, and we'll fix it for January. And so that's why we did that whole thing.
Yeah, Jeff, I agree with you. One thing we did not do, even the trustees, now have the opportunity, 3 of us sit down and talk.
Well, but
we come to the open meeting like that. I know exactly what you're talking about. We talked about the open meeting like this, but this is something that, we shouldn't hurry up, like I mentioned about, for example, vacation leave, sick leave, comp time payout, those are the things I think 3 of us should sit down, maybe one meeting, talk about it, then make a final decisions, make a recommendation.
When you say sit down and talk about it, where?
Maybe have a special session.
No, because didn't you guys just say that we couldn't?
Well, you could have a work session before your regular meeting, or, you'd have to notice it as a meeting.
Okay,
I don't think you can do it in executive session.
Okay.
You can notice a work session before a regular meeting, or you could notice a special meeting to discuss it. There are things that you can do where you notice a meeting and you have
That's where my question was.
So, yeah, you're right. Make a work meeting, work meeting. I think Jeff should be here too, other Jeff, Westbach.
Yeah.
And he's the one initiating this policy procedure, rewriting it, reevaluating it. I don't mind having the department heads to also have their input. So you give, like Bruce said, about 700 pages and give, I know we got we started in December meeting.
November, yeah,
Yeah,
November.
November, December
Yeah.
meeting.
November.
A lot of things happened in between then,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of things happened.
Sure.
And we were focusing on certain things. And this is a very important thing, the policy procedures. And once we approve this is going to be here for next, well, few more years,
Until
know?
you amend it. So it can
You know,
change.
in order to change that, we have to have another, put an agenda, we're going to change it.
Anytime you'd like.
With the
So
exception.
I would like, let me finish.
Yes, sir.
Let me, you know, we'll have three trustees have a work, set up meetings and talk about this, all the stuff need to be changed. And look at what other department practice. You know, this is one of the examples I give you, the vacation leaves, you know. It's not fair when the guy starts first day, okay, here, 10 days vacation days for you. The next week, you're gonna take a day off, 10 days, you might quit the job. You're not, you know, it doesn't mention you gotta either finish a probationary period, you know. So the person, before you even finish the probationary period, you can go and take a 10 days off, walk out,
Yes.
you know.
You are allowed to have vacation your first year.
Yeah, you're right, but not at the beginning of the day when he starts, give him a 10 days.
I doubt.
Yeah,
So-
that's
Yep,
what
yep,
the
yeah.
policy is very silent here.
Okay.
Our policy on the vacation time, sick time is very silent.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't describe detail how the vacation days are accrued. So I would suggest that we'll have a work meeting with the other three trustees, plus other Jeff. We sit down and talk. No, maybe we have the departmental head want to participate, and then we'll make a recommendation of approve, make a final approval.
We started this process early last year, and it's one of the things that I heard from the people that come to our meetings is we don't have a structured policy book. The day Jeff Weckbach walked in, I remember pointing at him and go, here you go, have at it. That was what, in June?
Yes.
Or whatever, and we have had this information since November 11th, which was 75 days ago, 80 days ago, whatever it was, and I have read through it, and there's stuff that I individually disagree with. But because outside of these meetings, we're just one person, and I've articulated some of that to you, and you've responded, hey, the other one says, fine, let's do it, or the other two guys aren't interested in it. Just, you know, similar to our thing at the organizational meeting tonight, when I wanted to have 2 meetings a month, and you couldn't get consensus. That's why I voted no on our meeting schedule. But these policies are already in effect, and it's probably a good idea from an employer point of view to formalize them collectively, and I am more than happy to have a work session and bring up these policies that we've had to look at for 3 months, and let's start correcting some of these things. And I am all for that, but I think at this point, 7.5 months into it, it's probably to our benefit as an employer to have this stuff formalized, so if we do have employees that swerve in violation of these policies, or our social media policy, or some of the new policies, that we have it in place.
That is my recommendation.
More than happy to schedule as many work sessions as we need to take on some, but you have to have at least 2 of us that want to change something.
Right. See, I have the county auditor's office, how they do that, the accrual, you know, first year, 10 year, 5 years, like this. You know, this, each in the county, each department has this, but this primarily also all accrual basis. Like Dan said, we waited so long, okay? You know, how many years? Waited a long. Maybe give one more chance to have all of us meet, discuss, and then bring it to the next meeting or so, finalize this.
The problem is you need a base to work on, you know?
Well, we already have the base, you know, we already have that policy. It's been there for how many years?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a very good base, or we wouldn't be replacing it.
But that's why you want to hurry up and do it now.
Well, I don't think 2 months is hurrying up. That's pretty slow in the grand scheme of things. But
we never got an
I
opportunity.
love the idea of a work
Yeah,
session, though.
yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
We never had the opportunity to talk among trustees ourselves. You know, that's my argument.
Well, I didn't know that we could until this work session came about, and I love that idea. For me personally, you have to have something to work with. I've had it long enough to read through it, and again, this is not one of my strengths, so I'm relying on everyone else's opinions as well. And obviously, Raj has a lot of experience in this and a lot of notes, and that's great. And I want to see them and read them, but we can't do that without a work session. I'm fine with going ahead and approving this with the understanding that we're going to continue, because like you said, it's a living document. We're constantly going to need updating it anyway. So why not have a work session to update it on an as-needed basis? But again, this is one of my weaknesses, so forgive me. But I do believe we do need a base, something to build on, and I think at least if we can approve it today, get at least that step done, then we can go back and kind of fine-tune it, like with some of the things you're talking about potentially.
Yeah, please bring those things forward for a work session. I'm ready to vote on it.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve this policy?
We have a motion and a
Yeah.
second, and we've had our discussion.
Discussions made, okay. Heather, call for a vote, please.
Mr. Insco?
Aye, with the understanding of a work session in the future, because I think that's a great idea.
Mr. Rajagopal?
No.
And Mr. Unger?
Aye, and I'm looking forward to that work session. Please bring all that stuff forward.
Very good. Thank you, Board. The next items are consent items. So there are two contracts that are on the consent item. We talked about this a little bit earlier with any contract that I sign that is within, right now, after the organizational meeting from earlier, it's at $10,000. Last year it was $7,500. So I bring those and put them on a consent item. So I've already signed these. One is a contract with PNC for a commercial card program. And the second is an HVAC contract for repair service. The recommendation is approval of all consent agenda items.
I'll make the motion.
I second. Any discussions?
Is that something we should be, we've already motioned and second to vote on them both at the same time?
Yep. The whole consent agenda.
Which is just the card program and the HVAC repair service.
Yep, and I've already signed those, but this
Okay.
is part of the transparency, making sure that everybody understands what is being signed. You know what I mean? So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but yes, I executed both of these two contracts.
No more discussion from me.
Any discussion, Greg?
Not for mine, thank you though.
Heather, would you please call?
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
Thank you, Board.
The next on the agenda, fiscal office report.
All right, the last few weeks have been the most heart-wrenching and heartwarming all at the same time. And Greg was right, trying to thank everybody all at once would be nearly impossible. But there is one organization that I do want to thank, and that's the Northwest Local School District. They opened up Colerain High School for us on a Saturday, and were just amazingly wonderful. And I certainly wanted to thank them for all of their support. And then on a much lighter note, we were talking earlier about moving vehicles off the street to help the plows do their job. It's also really important to, if you have a fire hydrant in your front yard, if that fire hydrant gets buried with snow that the plows might have pushed toward it, dig out that fire hydrant. The amount of time it would take the firefighters to dig out that fire hydrant, I want them fighting the fire in my neighborhood. I don't want them with a shovel digging out the snow. So when you're doing your driveway, just if you have the capability, go ahead and dig that out too. Then I also have received word from the Ohio Division of Liquor Control for a new permit for Families Groceries LLC, DBA Families Groceries at 8255 Colerain Avenue. Spoke to both Chief Denny and Mrs. LeCount, and neither see the need for a public hearing. So if the board agrees, we'll move forward with returning this to the Division of Liquor Control. I'd also like to ask for the board's usual approval of payroll, purchase orders, and receipts.
I'll make the motion.
And I'll second it.
Any discussions?
None.
No.
Mr. Insco?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
And Mr. Unger?
Aye.
All right, and I do have a resolution to bring before the board this evening. It is a resolution requesting the county auditor make advance payment of taxes pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 321.34. This is an annual resolution that we passed to ask the county auditor to send us the taxes as we request them that have been remitted on our behalf, rather than waiting for settlement. So this is a cash flow thing, and it's really very important that we have this capability.
I would motion we do such a thing.
I'll offer a second one.
Any discussions?
Yes, I last week mailed in a check for my property taxes, which are higher than ever, they've ever been, due to some issues that the county put on to fund some of their programs, most of which are explainable, some of which are not. But I do appreciate the fact that we're not the only thing that you folks are paying for. You're paying for a lot of other things, and to those that are able to and send in their property taxes, it is much appreciated. The component of that goes to Colerain Township, we do our best to run this township on that. So thank you for paying your taxes.
How long have you been in your current house for, Dan?
14 years.
Have you ever seen them go down, just out of curiosity?
Only when we passed the bond issue in 2015, and the school tax actually went down for the first time since 1979. He is not pitching me a softball, but that's the only time they've gone down was when we let that 2010 levy sunset in 2015. Otherwise, they have consistently gone up. So,
Just curious.
and that's the whole bulk of it. So, but the county keeps putting these issues on, and that takes away our ability to, consider changing things because people are just getting smoked on these items, and mine has gone over $2,000 for the first time. It's never been over $2,000 for a half year. I'm living in a 42-year-old, it's 45-year-old house. So, any other discussion?
None.
All right. Mr. Inscombe?
Aye.
Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
Mr. Unger?
Aye.
And I did want to mention, we do prepare resolutions prior to the meeting. We just pretty much have to be able to we can't stop the meeting to go write a resolution. And each of these resolutions is reviewed by Mr. Barbier. So I did have, prior to the meeting, Mr. Barbier sign the 3 resolutions for this evening. He signs the resolution as to form, that he has read it and that it meets his stamp of approval. So that's why I have Mr. Barbier sign these resolutions prior to the meeting. And then I pass them either down to the board during the meeting, or I make them stay until they sign them at the end of the meeting. So that's just a little explanation as to how that works. So thank you. And I'm going to call the roll on this resolution. Did I? I did? Okay. I didn't write.
You already got passed.
All right.
Aye.
Good. All right.
Okay. Any more?
That's it for that.
Moving on to the agenda, the next one is the citizen address. Anything that you want to talk about? Other matters? Okay? Would like to stop, let's keep it because people have to, they all gotta go to work.
Frank, this is for you.
Me too.
Thank you. No, I'm not marrying you.
Pull the mic down a little bit.
Pull Mike.
I'm sorry. You posted that crime was down in Colerain Township?
Yes, I was given those statistics from the chief.
Okay, could you ask the chief why it took him 5.5 hours to get to my neighbor's house last night?
I did not get to that with him, if I'm not mistaken. Where did I leave off with him? I don't have an answer for that. And I don't remember what I said to him.
Crime's down. Our timeline should be down.
Well, that's one call versus thousands, but I don't remember what he told me on what happened with that call. I know you had said that you didn't see anybody show up. I can say this, and I can't speak to this exact one because I don't remember what he told me, and I just talked to him earlier. But I do recall, like, anytime anyone's come to me and said, oh, the police didn't show up, it's almost always incorrect. Like, it's been, either a detective was there or undercover, or we can't disclose where they were, or they were given the wrong address, or there's always, from my experience, there's always been something. But I'll have to get back with you on that because I don't recall.
Hey, this was just a parking issue.
I know.
Somebody was parked in the cul-de-sac where they're not supposed to be, right in front of a sign that says no parking.
Of course.
And the salt truck couldn't get down the street.
So the 321 cops, that number is obviously non-emergency, but
Yeah, but they don't dispatch. It took them 5.5 hours, and then I had to call back and get Hamilton County.
I had one of those yesterday, and it got taken care of last night. I had somebody else that was parking in a cul-de-sac. I contacted the chief. He sent somebody out to look at it. That was about 10:30 last night. I had a response at 7:30 this morning that he had gone and knocked on the door and asked them to get their car back out of the fire lane, and they wrote him a warning, and that was the end of it.
So apparently you need to call Dan, not me.
Well, they don't like Greg.
Yeah, apparently.
That's what they just don't like Greg. So
I just think people in our neighborhood cannot read.
The biggest.
Stop for stop signs. They just park wherever they want. They don't care if the sign right in front of them says no parking, fire lane.
The biggest issue with your neighborhood is just having one way of getting in and out of it. Yeah, I don't know what to do to fix that. She loves it, so never mind. We need no entrances then. You should walk, toll bridge.
And the salt trucks that come down, although Kevin's gone now, the salt truck, I watch my cameras because I'll sit in my house and I'll flip on my cameras. He is so funny. He'll put the plow down for like 2 houses. That'll lift it up for 3 houses. Then put it down again for 2 houses. But he don't put down salt. No salt. We have Dave in our neighborhood who...
Thank you, Dave. Whatever you.
In a scoop thing that he goes around and does our streets.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You guys have a good night.
Thank you.
Was Kathy raised her hand? Oh, come on, Rich, please.
Please. Please clap.
Thank you for taking time on this subject tonight. I got 2 subjects. I'm going to give you some information. I know the hour is growing late, so I don't want to have us lay out here too long. You can pass these out around here. Some people want to talk about this. I don't have an overhead.
Thank you. Oh, you break it, you buy it, Raj. No, that was Raj. It's just a laptop. It's your tax dollars. No big deal. Whoops.
So what I've given you are the most recent historical data, dealing with the reported odor complaints from the Rumpke landfill. It reveals odor complaints are running 250 to 350% higher than before the underground fire. Additionally, I share the most recent data from the Southwest Air Quality Department, which reveals that the 248 odor complaints from the Rumpke landfill are 120 times higher than the next highest source. That's the bar chart at the bottom. So the small bar next to it is 12 individual sites, and then the next one is 11 unknown. So Rumpke is the biggest promoter of odors in Hamilton County. The common thinking is that odor issues are underreported. Every instance of an odor is a violation of the code, since landfills are to be unnoticeable beyond the lot line. At the top of the sheet I've given you is the ORC that speaks to how landfills are supposed to be run in the first block. And the second block is taken from our 2015 consent decree that says Rumpke agrees to run the landfill according to the ORC code. Now, when you ask residents about why they haven't reported something they smell, many reasons are shared, and let me paraphrase some of them. Dumps stink. What else do you do with your garbage? I used to call, but nothing changes. I didn't know there was a number to call. I'm too busy. If you don't like it, why did you move here? And the like. You may be a good example of the phenomenon of underreporting odors. None of you are listed on the odor call sheet. I have the list, and I'm sure that you've all smelt odors around the township, so you're part of the problem of underreporting. I have asked for and received data concerning the operation of the landfill over the last several years. I'll be more than happy to sit down with you and review any of those documents to give you additional perspective on what is occurring. The north end of the landfill, an area of about 60 acres, has an underground fire. The land is settling due to the fire, and the leachate produced as a result of the fire is so corrosive that it can no longer be handled by the sewer system. Rumpke is currently transporting about 50,000 gallons a day of leachate to the recycle facility where it is dumped into the public sewer. The use of additional perfumes to mask the gas smells from the fire have given rise to their own odor complaints. The perfumes being used are thought by some residents to be producing health effects. There is no evidence available concerning the long-term health effects of a continued exposure to both the gas smell and the perfume used to mask the odors. Now, Rumpke is required to report lots of data to the Ohio EPA concerning the operating of their landfill. One such report, the Rumpke Sanitary Landfill Monthly NPS Wellfield Report, is very challenging, very revealing as to the stability of the north end of the landfill. The EPA requires that wellheads, you have wellheads around here that are collecting gas, and they're required to sample them, and they're supposed to run less than 130 degrees Fahrenheit and have less than 5% oxygen. When these limits are exceeded, the operating parameters in the wellhead have to be readjusted to bring the wellhead back into compliance. Over the last several years, I must have 5 years of data, it's common to see between 20 to 30% of the wellheads being out of control. They go in and make an adjustment. Additionally, a review of how many different wellheads have been tied together. One wellhead now goes into a line with 3 other wellheads, and they take one temperature sample. It reveals that there is some question about what the data is that they're reporting. A common term used by landfill operators like Rumpke is that they're using the best available technology, or BAT. The research of the literature and landfill practices reveals options for improvement may be available. For instance, in Canada, it's interesting that landfill wellheads are expected to operate between 85 degrees and 104, not 130, and at less than 2.5% oxygen. Contrast that with the limits that Rumpke runs to, the Ohio EPA has set. The practical importance of this is simple. Oxygen enters a wellhead as a vacuum is produced in the landfill. Oxygen supports the burning that in turn raises the wellhead temperature. Rumpke is drawing a vacuum on the landfill to mine the gas being produced for sale to Duke Energy. Landfill's like a big sponge. You pull gas over here to ship it to Duke, it pulls in air and the part of the landfill is burning and it continues to burn. It's clear from the data the requirements the EPA has placed on Rumpke are not adequate to bring odors under substantive control. We're running 250 to 300% higher than they were when there was no fire. Rumpke is not operating in compliance with the ORC or the most recent consent decree with the township. They are breaking the law. Now, as elected representative of Colerain Townships, you need to bring the lack of compliance to the EPA and the judge who approved the 2015 consent decree. Because in the old adage, if nothing changes, nothing changes. This is not going to get any better. The last change that was made in the landfill was in 2010. That's when they put the blanket in. And that's when the odors dropped from the range of 500 to down to the range you're seeing now of between 200 and 300. So it's quite obvious that the EPA has not prescribed a solution that is bringing the system under control. That's not to say that Rumpke is not addressing what the EPA has asked them to do. That they're doing. What the EPA has asked them to do is not adequate. So your recourse, and you're our representatives, our elected representatives, are to go back to the EPA and to the judge with a consent decree and say, our agreement is not being followed. That's what I ask you to do tonight, and think about it. If you have any questions, but the data is clear from all sources that they're not in compliance and the area is sinking and is burning. Now, on to the second point. Dan mentioned on February 21st, the EPA will be holding a public hearing on the permit for operating the expanded landfill. Rumpke has asked the EPA to approve both a lateral and vertical expansion of the landfill. The expansion creates close to 300 new acres for landfilling and would allow operations for the next 25 to 30 years. Rumpke has asked for, and the EPA staff has conditionally approved, the use of technology that is very similar to what is employed in the existing landfill. Part of this deal was we're expanding the landfill rather than building a new landfill. If you go build a new landfill over here, you have to have improved technology over what you have in this existing landfill. Given this technology and the operating parameters has allowed the current underground fire, there is some possibility that another fire could occur. There are areas in the new landfill where garbage will be close to 500 feet in depth. Its application for expansion, Rumpke has stipulated they will increase the height of the landfill from 1,050 to 1,200 feet. This is 150 feet higher than Rumpke has agreed to in both the 2000 consent decree and the 2015 consent decree. The EPA is not the governing body when it comes to landfill height. The height of the landfill is tied to local zoning issues and the legal agreements between Colerain Township and Rumpke. The EPA sets and agrees to the criteria that must be met to expand and run a landfill. So you guys are in the driver's seat. The vista along I-275 is going to change significantly with the expansion of the landfill. The Rumpke property starts with about 150 feet from the center line of the westbound I-270 roadway. With your current agreements with Rumpke, the landfill height will be about 350 feet higher than the roadway. When you look north, you're going to see landmass equivalent in height to a 30-story building. If Rumpke were permitted to expand to 1,200 feet, the landmass would approach an equivalent 44-story building. Over 3 months ago, I sent letters to all 3 trustees asking several questions about how you were going to approach the issue of the projected expansion. To this date, I have not received a response, and the public hearing is 30 short days away. The issue is not whether Rumpke has the authority to expand. That issue is settled. The height of the landfill and the way the landfill will be operated are matters that should be of concern to this board. These are the matters for which your actions can impact the quality of life for Colerain residents. To that end, I ask you here tonight to become actively engaged in this matter, and I would be pleased to offer my assistance if there is any interest at all. Do you have any questions?
Rich, one question. Larry, would you please tell that consent decree they had 2000, the latest one, 15, right? Only way you can modify, change, you got to appeal that, take it to the appeal court. You can't even appeal it.
That's an agreement. The only way that can be changed is by an agreement of both the parties.
So the common pleas judge made the ruling on that, right? The common pleas judge
Common
appealed.
pleas judge approved the consent
this.
decree.
So now the residents asking that, hey, there was something, we're not agreed with it now. So what, we don't have no authority to take it to the Court of Appeals.
No, we can't. We
That's
can't.
a final judgment.
It's a final judgment. It was a case that was settled while it was on appeal. But no, we can't change what's in the consent decree without both parties agreeing to it. What Mr. McVeigh seems to be saying is the consent decree would enable you to enforce it in such a way as to stop some of the things that he's concerned about.
Right.
But that's a different issue. We can't change what's in the consent decree unless Rumpke agrees.
So I asked the questions, when I was last Thursday in the EPA Solid Waste Committee. And EPA, they're coming only authority to see the air quality index, air quality. How it is going to affecting the air quality affect the people, whether lungs and any type of the physical, health effect, which they're worried about. If everything is okay, I asked the same question about how the odor smells affects the health of the little children in the neighborhood. This is a statement given by the Board of Health inspector. Every time you call, anybody complain with the odor, he's the one come and inspect right away. In weekdays, they come and see every time. The weekends, I don't know, they reduce this. They come and inspect. According to him, the odor has no impact on the health of the people, the children or adults, anything. Number one. I asked a question about the wells, the wells being to monitor the what's toxic things going.
Wells. That's different
Yeah,
than the other wells.
the groundwater wells. Then I asked them, they had the wells only in the Rumpke parameters, Rumpke area. Then I asked them, did you have the wells outside of like neighborhood radius, maybe mile radius of where the people live to measure what the quality of the groundwater. They say they don't. So whatever they have, the wells, are about 13, 15, 16 wells, I have the numbers written, the wells. There's no way to monitor outside the water's leaking, outside Rumpke, going to where the people live. They don't have. The third question I ask, the heat energy producing, where they put a tar, the black tar on that, so subdue the heat, which could be possible for the volcano eruptions or something like that. Heat is so huge. According to them, the heat now going down. There's no much activities going on.
All I'm doing,
that's a statement people they give.
I can share with you the data that they send to the EPA that talks about the temperatures of the wells, okay? The point I'm making is, and I think you might ask your attorney to look at this more closely, is your 2015 consent decree, which is the agreement between Rumpke and the Colerain Township, references the 2000 consent decree and the terms in it. One of the terms in the 2000 consent decree was the height, okay, which was locked at 1050. The 2015 consent decree does not speak at all to height. It speaks to the 2000 degree.
Right.
It speaks very explicitly to the lateral expansion. There's lots of data in there that talks about, properties and how far it's going to go and all that kind of stuff. So the lateral expansion is spelled out clearly in that consent decree. The height is spelled out in the 2000 consent decree. That's my push on this with you guys to verify that. And I think that you need to get a legal opinion around which of those, which is going to stand, okay? And I just have to refute what your legal advice is saying here relative to this contract being binding about height. You need a legal opinion now. And I would say you should get one. He doesn't have to be, you're looking at two documents. Looking at two documents.
Right.
The other thing I would say is that's the height issue, okay? The other point, and that's part of what I'm talking about. And you've got this hearing coming up, and you've got some time to figure out what you want to do around that, okay? And you need a solid legal position to be on. I'm pointing this out. I think I'm right. I might be wrong. You need a legal opinion, a written legal opinion, not I think. Somebody takes the documents out and says, this is how it looks on paper. And if on paper you have no authority to challenge that, then I would accept that. But I won't just take an opinion without someone saying, we've looked at it and we have a legal basis or do not have a legal basis for challenging. That's all I will say on that, okay?
Let me ask one question, excuse me. So the 2015 consent decree, it voids the 2000 contract?
I don't think it voided it. I don't have them in.
Void because
I don't have
of the
them in front of me
2015 consent decree's final consent, so it's not automatically 2000 degrees void, right?
The earlier consent decree dealt with a different part of the landfill. I'm not certain whether the 2015 consent decree completely voided it. And I didn't say that, I didn't give an opinion as to what the 2015 consent decree says about the height of the landfill here, as Mr. McVeigh just said I did. What I said is we can't appeal that consent decree, and it can't be changed without the parties agreeing to that. If you want an interpretation of the consent decree, I'm going to have to go back to my office and review it carefully in order to do that. I can't do that off the top of my head as I sit here today.
Yeah, that would be right. I didn't mean to suggest that to the law director.
It seems to me one of those does have a height. The stuff you sent us back in September, October, I did read it, and one of them has a height restriction and the other one doesn't. One of the things in there that before I did anything, I would certainly talk to Larry about is I think there's something pretty well defined in there about the trustees previous to us agreed to not challenge this, and that's part of the consent decree is they agreed to let the Ohio EPA make the decisions on it.
Here's what I understand, I've read that too. So
Right.
you're not supposed to challenge the expansion. Okay?
Just want us to make sure they're living by the consent decree.
I'm reading it the same way, okay? But I'm repeating myself. You have to go back and have Larry do the homework and see if there in fact is something around these heights that is in the 2000 consent decree that is carrying over the 2015. I think there is. I'm not an attorney. You know, I don't even play one on the
I'd be
internet.
happy to, if you have some time, you and I could go over and take a tour of the place. I know that they had a recent public tour back in October, and they drove us around and showed us the reaction area and the different things, and I'd be happy to, if you want to join me on that.
I can do that, but that's not the issue. I mean, that's kind of like,
I mean, it gives you some knowledge when you can stand on it and look at it
I'm
firsthand.
talking about the legal agreements, okay? And here's the thing about the EPA. The EPA doesn't care how high you build this thing. They're not the governing body. If you want to build it 1,500 feet up in the air, they're going to say to you, you got to have certain slopes. They're dealing with the geometry of the landfill. So they're silent. I asked the question, why is it at 1,200? That's what Rumpke asked for. What if they asked for 1,500?
Do you know why they picked that number? Did they ever state why?
The EPA asked the question. I said, well, how much more capacity does that give them? I don't know. Ask Rumpke.
Well, part of the reason I brought that up during my trustee report is I would encourage people to show up on, it's, I think, February 21st at 6 o'clock next door.
I would, they need to show up too, but I've been through so many of these things. We have an EPA permit conditionally in front of us that the EPA is going to approve, okay? People can stand at the podium and say, my grandmother died from this stuff, and it's not going to change their mind. I've been through this, Dan. It doesn't change their mind because EPA doesn't deal with health issues. They let someone else make the decision. Okay, and there's no data. Let me finish. You can get up and talk if you want. There is no data. For instance, there's no data shared around odor with the EPA.
That
isn't. So all I'm saying is, if they wanted to go to 1,500 feet, if you wanted to do that, they would say, here's the geometry you have to hold it to. It's got to be this wide. You got to have these many wells and all that kind of stuff. So they don't care. So that's an issue that you have to deal with as trustees. What's the vista going to look like?
Find out what the heights, find out from Rumpke what the
The other
heights
part
are.
about it, I would say, is that I do think, back to the first part around the odors, you guys do have some authority here. You could say, we understand that the EPA has made some changes and Rumpke has implemented them, but it's not adequate.
So for me personally, that was the hardest part of this consent decree, was the best available technology, because it's subject, whatever you think is best versus me versus them. I don't know how to make sense of that. Do you recall the 2000 consent decree, if the best available technology language was similar to 2005 or 15?
It's commonly used, and all I can tell you is,
Because that's a long enough gap that technology could have changed, you know what I mean?
what they're doing, though, this landfill is an expansion, so the technology that's applied to the existing landfill, that's how you collect leachate, how you cover it, how you operate it, the conditions you run to, are essentially what's going to happen when they expand it into 300 acres. So there's really no need to change in operating philosophy. And that's part of my point here. If you have no change in operating philosophy, okay, this is what's going to continue around odor. Now, another option is to press these guys to close this dump up faster. Shut it down. Now, that's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for them because this dump is producing anywhere from 12 million to 15 million cubic feet of gas a day that they sell to Duke. They're making money off the gas. They'll make money when it's closed. But part of the reason, and this is where I get into fast lane, the only way oxygen can get into this landfill that's under fire is if it's drawn in. And the only way oxygen can get drawn into that landfill is because they're pulling the vacuum on the other side to sell gas. Dirt does not create oxygen. So it's heating up because they're drawing oxygen in. So I'm just saying to you guys, they're breaking the law. You're our trustees. Reasonable request to the EPA and the judge. Hey, it's not working. Whether it's best available technology or not, it's not working. Now, if I have to go to Canada, and I can because I got the data, up there they have more stringent operating conditions. You can't have this much heat in a well, and you can't have that much oxygen. So I'm saying there is other technology. I'll be glad to sit down with you if you'd like to. Thank you. I didn't mean to take that.
Oh, you're good. Thanks, Rich.
Thank you, Rich. Kath, yeah.
Okay, a couple of things. For these policies and procedures, we want to hear your discussion on it. I'd like to know how Raj feels about a couple of things, and I was enlightened to know that you obviously only cared about the rehire policy.
I care about a
nothing
lot
else
of it,
mattered.
but I don't,
So-
let me
can have
correct
a
you.
work session, and we would like to know how you feel. By doing it with your phone calls, that's a backdoor violation of the Sunshine Law.
I totally disagree,
You're
Kathy.
You're making your decisions through him. Yeah, you're okay with it, and he's okay with it, so let's run with it. You're making a decision outside of this meeting.
I disagree.
Well, we need to know how you feel about these issues.
I
You can't
think,
just walk in
had you,
here and
had
say,
you
"Oh,
listened.
I agree with this 400-page document," and that's it.
I don't know where you were during our discussion, but I strongly suggested we have a work session that
After
the
you
trustees,
approved it.
the trustees bring, well, those policies already exist. And my
Right,
discussion
so what was
was,
the urgency to pass this?
the-
The only
the-
change you had,
as an
Greg
em-
said, "Oh, we got to get this done," you know?
there was somebody
You've got
here
current
very
policy.
similar to you back in July and August screaming about not even a policy book.
Exactly.
And here we are in January
The only
and
thing
we've
you
approved
changed
it.
was the rehire.
No, you don't know what's gone into that and what hasn't.
I have it right here.
Yeah, but you don't know if I suggested a social media policy and looked at Jeff Weckbox and changed it. You would have no way of knowing that. You would have no way of knowing if I read
So, in other
different
words-
lawsuits on different agencies that have been sued for their social media policy. I'm all
Is
for,
that in the policy?
to answer your question, I'm all for having a work session open to the public where
But
we
you
can
already
sit around,
passed it.
where we can sit around and discuss these things.
Okay, that would be
There's
great.
no point in,
You should
well,
discuss
that's what
them.
we'll do, so.
Okay, because you are operating under current policies that Rowan had when he was here.
And
So
that's,
you're
we've
not-
just
you're not for
formalized
lack
those.
of policy. So by approving this, you also approved that public records will not be available for 3 days, even on a walk-in. So if I come in to look at the minute book,
What's the law, 30 days?
it's immediately. They're supposed to be available during working hours. 149.43, and you just approved this, that we cannot walk in there and ask to look at the minutes or the resolutions because they should be up to date, and you just violate, you're superseding the Ohio Revised Code.
The law says a reasonable amount of time.
No, the Ohio Revised Code says that those records should be available upon request. And if I walk in there and say, I want to look at this resolution, they ought to be able to give me the book and let me look at it.
Well, since this went online November 11th when it was first posted, why are you just now bringing this up at 10:30 the night we approved
When
it?
did you bring it up before?
It's been.
You haven't
it's
brought
been-
it up. I was
I
waiting
wanted
for
to
this
vote on it.
discussion.
I wanted to vote on it in December, and two of the other trustees. I did read, Kathy, now that's crazy talk. I did read the whole thing, and I have looked at it, and there's stuff that I disagree with, but until we have a meeting, I can't.
Then why didn't you just postpone it? Why would you agree?
Why-
Oh, let's
how- and
hire
how-
somebody at
and how
$40
long do you want
an
to
hour,
postpone
and
it?
later on we'll say, oh, we
How long do you want to postpone it till? You're the same person that was in here hem-hawing about it back in July and August, and now it's January. I'm all for bring these
and
things
you have
forward.
this exact same policy.
And you know, Raj has
Okay.
had it that long too. I guess you must have burned up his phone here and called him up and said, oh, stop doing all this stuff.
Conversation with Greg about it.
Dan, you know, this is, you know.
I know
burning
she's
a
trying to
phone.
get us stirred up. I understand that.
It- it's-
I
it's-
just
it's
want you
not-
to do your job.
Okay, this is a meeting, like I said earlier, it has to be a meaningful meeting, not argument, blaming each other. Let's come to the meeting, okay? This is something went on because the last meeting also told there's a lot of things happening. It's like 700 pages and we cannot go through, read it, and we're not ready. Now, it has to, more I thought about it, I think 3 trustees should have the work meeting and discuss about this. Then, last 2 weeks, we all know that. I didn't contact even Jeff Mills, anything like this, because they all are dealing with a very tragic situation we went through. So my argument is urgency is not immediate urgency. They've been there already there, okay? So let's move forward what's going to happen. And you are willing to change, right? Even though you approved, you're ready to sit and
Of
do the
course,
work.
and the reason I did it was because we need to have a formalized set of policies to, whether they're the best or could be improved, to deal with employee discipline issues or whatever comes up. If we have an employee do something tomorrow and we don't have a formal policy, then we don't have a leg to stand on. That's why I want to have a work.
15 years.
And that's what you operated on all last year.
So now we have them all in one place. What you've seen tonight is the decision of an elected board.
And on several occasions, I have asked if part-time employees are covered under health insurance, and I've been told no. However, in here, it says spousal coverage isn't provided for part-time employees that are eligible. So, can you explain that? So you approved this, that evidently there are part-time
Is that the thing
people
she
that are
sued us
eligible.
on?
It's on the public records. She has, it was,
On the list of who,
it has to do with a public records request.
and we won that.
Yes.
Okay. Kathy, bring up those pages. I'm happy to make those part of the work session. What we are doing is, whether the policies are perfect or not, if we have an employee do something errant today, tomorrow,
Policies right now. This has nothing to do with anything.
has
I
that policy
requested
been in
earlier.
effect for a long time?
Part-time employees are not eligible for health insurance.
Okay, but why does it say it in here then, that they are?
What page are you referring to?
It's on page 23.
That's the kind of stuff, please bring it up, and that's what will be at our work session. If there's if what you're reading is one thing and.
Are your new policies, are those retroactive to January 1st, or? are
They were approved January 22nd.
So does Nancy get another 4 weeks of vacation
I
during her retirement?
don't know about individuals. I mean,
The person who retired and rehired, is she getting another 4 weeks of vacation?
I can't answer a
Well,
personal
so you
question.
don't even know.
Well, Kathy, that's crazy to ask
why
that
you
question
have
when
work
the
session.
offices are closed and I don't have access to the stuff.
Okay, I have one other question, and I know I won't get an answer on this. For the cell phone stipend, do you know how much that is per employee?
I have my own cell phone, I don't know.
Is it $60?
Yes, I did, but I don't, how much is it?
$60.
$60 a
How much
month.
was it when you were clerk?
You didn't have it. You
We
didn't have
didn't
it.
have cell phones back then.
You didn't have it. But I'm asking, what is that based on? Is it based on?
Probably the average cost or whatever our administration determined that is. That's all stuff.
Cell phone costs have gone down. It is cheaper to have a cell phone than it was years ago when you paid by the minute.
That's very true.
We have our public information officer just got a $60 raise last month, and now we're going to give him a $60 a month cell phone stipend. He works for a church, and he probably gets his phone through the church, but yet we're
wouldn't
going
know
to
that.
give him a cell phone stipend.
I can
You
ask
need
him
to
if the
read
ce-
it. I don't think you read it.
I'll ask him if the church is paying for his cell phone or not.
Let's, let's not have, one of these guys need to work tomorrow. Let's have a short comments, if possible, please. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Bruce. Oh, no, who's, Carrie, come on up.
Yeah, Carrie, come on. Now that you're redecorating the place, geez, oh, Pete.
So I would like to, each of you,
We'll wake you up, I promise.
Take your time, Carrie. I got all night to listen to whatever everybody has to say. And I mean that.
First off, last year, I think everybody, and even you, Larry, even when I say mean things, doesn't mean I'm really a mean person. I think you guys did an awesome job last year. I think you all worked great together. I love seeing new faces in the board. I could never see him over here. And Dan, he's got a really hard act to follow. I don't think anybody can do as good a job as you did leading this board. I think you did an excellent job. And I think Raj really benefited getting to watch you do it. So anyway, I think we had a really good last year. Okay, I'm going to try to be really quick. We're Rumpke sucks. Rumpke. Since we're picking on Rumpke today. They're out of compliance in their contract. I don't know if any of you got to look at the outline I provided you. Next month, you're having your required annual review, and that's when you're supposed to make any contract revisions. And so it was important to me to bring this to you guys' attention before that meeting, because you're supposed to be doing a contract review. And I started this research way back in May. And what I learned when I did my research, and this is how I found the money for the playground, was doing this research, was that they're really out of compliance with their contract. And they are not reporting as they're required to report. Anything that has to do with customer service, they're not doing reporting on it. They might send you recycling numbers, but they are not sending you what's called an exception list. Does any of this sound familiar to you guys, what an exception list is or anything like that? No? Oh my gosh. You know what? It's okay. I don't expect you to know every detail on every freaking report and every contract, under the trustees' purview. But anyway, so they aren't doing meetings as they are required to do monthly. They're not doing the reporting, which the contract specifically states they are supposed to do, regardless of whether or not the township is doing what they're supposed to do. They're not tracking anything. There are penalties if Raj is the only one who has a copy. They have a penalty page 35 of your contract. And I do apologize for not having copies for everyone. But there's penalties, for example, if the trucks are filthy, $100 penalty, all right? If they miss somebody's house and don't pick it up the next day, $20. You miss a whole neighborhood, $500. Guess what? Over the Christmas holiday, the holiday schedule, they didn't comply with it. Our recycling sat for 3 days. That's at least $500 a day on that.
I don't think they did pickups on Christmas Day.
No, they didn't. They issued a holiday schedule, and they didn't meet the holiday schedule. So we have this list. This has about 10 things on it. There's a few more in the contract. If they go to pick her trash up and she misses it, she complains to you, and we do what we're supposed to do under the contract, and they do it again, and then they do it a third time within a year, $200 fine. There's a fund set up, liquidation fund, I believe is what it's called, and there's 10 grand sitting in it. And every time they make a mistake like this, we are supposed to get money.
How long did it take to accumulate that 10 grand, do you know?
It was deposited upon signing of the contract. This fund was deposited. And the trustees are able to just pull the money out for each of the violations. And you just got to send the report to Rumpke. Okay?
Where have you reported these violations to?
Who have I reported it to?
Yeah.
I've reported it, I don't like to call names, but I have reported it to at least 2 officials and to Rumpke. Before I did this, I went to Rumpke and said, look what I found, you guys. This is a major problem. And I kept watching the agendas because they would not speak to me after that, and this was in May and early June. And I assumed they'd talk to Mr. Mills. I assumed they were working on it. I've been watching your agendas. And since I know they have not done anything about it in all this time, because any contract changes are required to be in writing and you guys have to approve them. So I know they have not done anything. So like I said, I always give people chances to fix things when I find them, and they're doing this to us. And I need the trustees to step up on our behalf. That 10 grand, there's language in the contract that says once 5 grand is spent, the Rumpke has to put in the 5 grand and put it back up to 10 grand. It's never to go below 5 grand. Not one dime. Not one dime since the start of this contract has been used. So they are way out of compliance. I believe our previous board, I believe it was a big wink and a nod. We don't care if you report. We're not going to keep track if you don't keep track. And I would like you guys this year to fix that. I have attached to Raj's copy and highlighted in yellow all the legal statutes for you, so you don't have to review the entire contract. Let's see what else is here. So the contract, they're not doing any of the reporting they're required to do. We're not doing any of the monitoring we're required to do for all of the customer service issues. The penalty list, they're not complying. I wouldn't, if they take something out of your trash can and don't take it, they're supposed to put a little tag on it to tell you why. They've done it to me a couple times, no tags. So there's violations galore. To me, I love the Rumpke contract, but these are the things that people are going to be talking about when this comes up for renewal. I want this contract to continue. I like $14 a month garbage bills. I think Rumpke is a good corporate citizen, but we are literally throwing money in the garbage. I'm talking, I believe, my neighborhood, $3,000 for one incident. I believe we're entitled to all 10. Under the contract, we are allowed to retroactively go back and pull the money, whether we did our job or not, because they, under the contract, were required to tell us. So I personally think in February, you need to ask them for the 10 grand, give it to us, and let's start fresh, and let's everybody do the job. If you don't want to do the job, if the monitoring aspects, some things aren't worth the money. If we're going to have to pay, Jeff's got to hire somebody for 60 grand to do all this freaking monitoring, to recoup 10. I don't want you guys wasting money.
Yeah.
So maybe we should amend our contract and forfeit that 10 grand or, have them give it to us in lieu of, doing the monitoring and obeying the contract. Because just like the consent decree, that contract isn't just you guys and them. That contract is us. This is our contract with them. And so we have the right to enforce it just as well as you do. You can, if you guys don't choose to. Something else I wanted to point out to you, and Raj, I believe it is on page 27. We talk about the opt-out provision. There is no opt-out provision. This is what I call the trickle-down problem, old habits die hard. If you look on page 27 of it, paragraph 3, under section 700. It's on page 28, number 6. The township may designate other exemptions to the service requirement in the township's resolutions regarding solid waste and recycling. So many people are saying, I want to opt out, and they won't let me. Well, the previous board obviously determined nobody gets to opt out except how it's written in the contract, but this paragraph says you all have the authority to let people opt out. And frankly, I'd let anybody who wants to opt out, because they're going to pay through the nose and nobody's going to want to do it, and I'd put a penalty fee on them coming back into the contract. And that's how I'd assure people have choice, because Greg has said he's against monopolies. But this way we could let people have their choice and still not burden the system. That's just a thought.
I would have to reread that. It's been a while since I've read it, but I thought that you could opt out as long as you could tell them what you're doing with your waste so that you're not.
Well, if you're a farmer, if you have
special provision that allows
note
you
for
to,
business.
if your employer allows you to bring the trash there. There's also exemptions for farm lands and farm property, but number 6, and it's in your thing, hopefully you can
I have read that
it's
before.
highlighted. It gives you guys the authority. So I'd like to see you guys develop a policy that is going to make it easier for us to keep our Rumpke contract when it comes up for renewal, or to keep a contract. I don't care if it's Rumpke or not, although I think they're great. But we have the right to opt out, and I'd like to see you guys exercise your authority on that issue. Am I going fast enough? I'm trying to go fast.
You're at 35 minutes. Keep going.
Are you freaking kidding me?
No, I have no clue how long it is. I just ordered a pizza
I
roll.
also wanted to point out to you, because this is also your time where you get to amend this contract. I don't know what other things are going on, but I do want to point out that the Rumpke contract is based on double the miles of Colerain Township, and that's what the whole cost price is, somehow the price we're paying. Well, the reality is, in my particular neighborhood, only half the streets do they go up and down it. Most of them, they go, you know what I mean? They only go up them once, like Livingston, my house on Livingston. You know, they go down there one time. They don't go up and down it twice. So I would say that the figure they're using is in excess 25% more miles than they actually are using in their routes, which is also a required report they're supposed to be giving you guys.
Is that figuring in getting to the route itself, though?
There's extra language that gets added on with the.
Because if your route is 10 miles from,
Right,
the
there's extra
landfill.
language that says from point of start of a route to Rumpke and back. So there's specific language for that. And then it's double the total miles in the township, which they're not traveling. Pardon me?
Oh, so they send. But now in a condo that would, but that wouldn't be the case in. So I live in a condo and they don't even offer recycling. So it wouldn't be. So you're right, but it wouldn't be the case on all of them. It would only be. I don't know how many communities they don't offer recycling in, but mine would be one of those examples. Good point, though.
Okay, so I think I got through that one. And I gave you all the statutes. I highlighted it all for you, so you can just go and look at it. But we do have our meeting coming up, and we need to get on the ball and be prepared for the meeting. Okay, the other thing, little myth I want to talk about is the lighting districts. In your packet, you have the statute 515.01. Whenever, it really makes me mad when people come up and say, we need a light, and one of you always says, great, do a lighting district. Do you guys realize we have more lighting districts than any other township in?
That's not been a recommendation I've made.
Thank you. But it's almost like we're abdicating our responsibility to provide lights in this community for particular specific reasons, and we're throwing it on the backs of citizens, kind of like a tax. And we're convincing and telling them it's an assessment. We're telling them this is how you do it. And it really, really makes me angry that we keep telling them that when section 515.02 specifically says that the decision of the trustees should be based for a light, to pay for a light, should be based on the safety and welfare versus a general benefit. What we have done to citizens in this community for years, apparently under the prior administration, is we have ignored our responsibilities for the safety of people on Colerain Avenue who are getting killed. More than one person has died at that area. I think we need to work better in determining when somebody asks for a light if this is a safety issue and take responsibility for it instead of making citizens do the work and pay for it. Let's see. Funding versus. Okay, all this BS about we can't do anything because it's a state or a county road, not true. The citations are in your packet. We have full ability, you got to fill out the permit. I talked to ODOT, and I've talked to the county engineer's office. If we want to put a sidewalk on any gosh darn road within the township limits, we are allowed to do it. My understanding is that if the board, and it's in your statutes, unanimously passes a sidewalk requirement, then you guys can force the property owners to pay for it. It doesn't matter if it's a state road, county road, or township road. And so we are giving this information out all year that I've been coming, and it's inaccurate information. It's just old habits from this prior administration that just don't seem to be appropriate. So our lighting districts, our sidewalks, both of these are in the same boat. We're giving out false information and we're neglecting our duties. And when we're talking about children walking on the street, I don't care if the little old people in that community want a sidewalk or not.
Yeah.
I would hope you all would have the courage to vote for safety for those high school students. And if you can't afford it, for God's sake, make them pay for it. All right? Any questions?
You don't have to twist an arm on that one. You know those sidewalks were.
I am twisting your arm because you're the one who said there.
I'm
better than kids.
Unfortunately, they have expressed that, and it makes me sick.
Well, I want you guys to use the laws to benefit our community and have the courage to stare people down for the benefit of the whole community. All right, so the last one is the ugliest one. It's our playground purchasing agreement. I've talked to many of you about it. You know I'm very upset about it. We didn't have just one report in the newspaper that the township has agreed on a vendor, even naming the vendor, but two. We had one last week also. There was a second
Were those both in the print newspaper?
Huh?
Were those both in the print newspaper?
No, one was on WKRC on the news, and the other one was in the Cincinnati Enquirer, which is in your packet. I printed that one
If you're
out.
talking about what I think you're talking about, there's been no vendor or no contract or anything. So what's in the media?
Officially, there hasn't been.
I mean, I don't know where they're getting that from.
Well, I don't know, they're writing a report, they're doing a story. I mean, the quote in the article is, "The township is working with DWAR Rec, which has been in the Parks and Recreation business since 1988.
I don't know where that
So
came from.
somebody had to give them that information, and they repeated this information to Channel 12 News.
I don't think there's anybody sitting up here, was it?
He's the guy with Game Time. So what happened was, Kevin has a working relationship with this one company who is the sales representative for Game Time. He asked you all, and frankly, Jeff, you should have caught this, and you should have caught it. He asked you all to approve a grant. That wasn't a grant, that was a promotion. If you bought certain equipment, they would match you on the funding if they were given the rest of the project. And that's why people are saying this is a done deal. That's why you have people, other playground equipment people so upset, is because if you read in your packet the quotes from this promotional page, they are saying, let's see, to qualify for 100% matching funds, list price of the qualifying playground equipment must exceed blah, blah, blah. Funding can only be applied to additional Game Time playground equipment purchases and only in conjunction with the original purchase. So they're saying this money, it's not a grant. This is Kroger's buy one, get one free. And by accepting that grant, you are agreeing to these terms, which is from, it's in your packet, from their website advertising the same thing in Illinois. I find it disturbing that the entity that's being used to get this contract, the Ohio Parks and Recreation Board, actually has on their website that if you're a member and buy equipment through their association's agreements, it actually says that you individually get a discount. So he can get a discount, you can get a...
You mean if I buy it for my residence or something?
No, if you buy it for your home residence. It doesn't make sense, does it?
No, it doesn't, and as far as I know, nobody up here's...
I'm not saying anybody has, I'm saying
It's not
they're
gotten to this level.
unscrupulous.
But just to be clear, whatever's in the paper regarding that is not correct. So, first time the paper's ever gotten something wrong.
Okay, and here's the statutes.
You've been written about in the paper, and so have I. I don't always get it right.
No, sir, they don't.
They get right about me all the time.
You all, I spoke to Kevin, and then you can call me a liar if you want to.
Nobody's calling anybody
But-
anything.
Well, I'm not giving a false statement here. I spoke to Kevin, and he argued with me why you guys should use Game Time and U.S. Communities to forward the playground. I talked to Tawana. Tawana said this is what they were given. You guys are having backdoor negotiations right in your face with a contractor for what should be a publicly bid contract. You guys have just used the grant as a sneaky way to give this company the contract. But luckily, I found the law that says, that keeps you from having to use them. And it says if we are in any of these joint purchasing programs, like the unscrupulous one with U.S. Communities, which, by the way, is using contract prices to waive the competitive bid from the coast, the East Coast. I don't think their price market is the same as ours in the Midwest. I think it's totally different. Also, under U.S. Communities, no public records. They won't show price lists, they won't show the discounts, they won't show anything. It's all very secretive. If you use the state purchasing program, that's all public record. So I was able to get on there and look at their vendors, see what the price is, and I could compare it to Home Depot or whatever. But fortunately, first off, I think our connection with Game Time, due to the improper influence that was not provided to other vendors, that contact, the reason when you have an RFP and you have the meeting with the vendors is because you're not allowed to have a meeting alone with them. You have to meet with them as a group because it's against the law to meet with them alone. And this group has been working intimately with us, and they did it on the Clifford Park program too. They got away with it then. But this contract, luckily, or statute says that if you're involved in any one of these programs, luckily, we can take any deals, any prices that are advertised by the state in their purchasing agreements, and we can buy from any vendor. So if we don't have to go now to Game Time in order to get this equipment, we can basically open this process back up, allow all the vendors to come in. No?
None, I mean, none of that's come to before this board, and it's not.
And I don't understand what you're saying about an RFP. We can't meet up with vendors. We have to meet them all together. That doesn't make any sense to me.
That's just the rules I read.
Because how could you have every single? I mean, just like when you're doing an RFP on our roads, will we get everybody that's bidding on that all in a room at the same time? What am I?
That's exactly what you do.
Larry, help me out here.
If we were to do a design-build RFP, we would first hire a criterion engineer. Then the criterion engineer assists us with putting together the RFP, so we make sure we have a playground that is designed so it's going to be safe, et cetera. Then we send out the RFP and we'll say, okay, if we were to agree on that, and we're working on this, okay? If we were to send out the RFP and say, okay, all responses are due by February 28th. Oftentimes, there'll be a meeting of all the people who submit bids before a bid is selected, if they have or are going to submit bids, so they can ask questions. If they do that, they all ask questions at the same meeting, and then they all get the same answer. That's not a requirement, though. They can submit questions, but everyone has to know. Everybody has to get the same information.
You don't get to have
So
secret deals.
everyone needs to know exactly what the questions are and exactly what the answers are. So commonly, it's done at a meeting. But if this process is going to go otherwise than through a state bid or some other organized bid, it should go through, in my opinion, a design-build process with a criterion engineer.
I don't know what that has anything to do. I mean, the first part of what he said is I agree with. The design criterion thing, each one of these salespeople would do that. They do that with their bid, and they attach that to their contract. They attach their credential. They attach, their safety factors. They attach all this. But we have been allowing that Public Works Department to have inappropriate conversations with a vendor looking for our business. And we have given that vendor, without having competitive bidding going on, the Clifford Park. That was completely inappropriate. Now we are considering doing it now. And when I talked to him, he was vehement, and I said, we need to put it out to bid. He told me the cost of it would be prohibitive, and I said, no, it wouldn't, and then he admitted, well, actually, you're right, it wouldn't be anymore, and then he said, well, I can just go to U.S. Communities and order all this equipment, and I don't have to go to any bid, and that was his attitude. So, because U.S. Communities only has 2 contractors, and one of them is Game Time. Now, if he went to the state, which he could do the same thing, go to the state and not have to do competitive bidding, it's different vendors. So why does he want to go through U.S. Communities instead of through the state vendor that we know is following all the rules?
Carrie, we'll definitely look into it. We'll talk to the administrators and explore what's going on. Thank you for your comment.
Well, I do encourage you to, I don't think you should be working with this vendor on this project. And I'd love to know what the heck is going on with this. You know, according to the news report, we're going to be, starting to install. And let me share with you, when they went to the school to do the public outreach, which that was the only public outreach done, other than me on Facebook, they had those kids vote twice. They put all the pretty pictures up, and you can see on the board the votes, the little tallies in the newspaper. The equipment our people, the township employees, said was picked by the students is right there. It is not what was picked. What was picked by the students was the traditional playground, and it's right in the pictures in the newspaper. Well, when I asked Tawana about this, she said, oh, that might be my fault. I talked to them, and I was encouraging them that the obstacle course was really good, and so we had them vote again. This is what Tawana told me. So that vote that the kids wanted that equipment is not true. It was, she admitted herself that she may have influenced them. And that's the only community input we got on this. And that, the only choices they had were from Game Time. They could only choose a Game Time product.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. Come on, Bruce, please.
I know it's getting late, but we're here.
That is true, we are here.
Going back to the policy manual, as I stated before, it's a living document. What I find is amazing is that I think it's incumbent upon the trustees to have read the documents, who have made decisions on their own, to deliberate prior to coming into a decision. And Dan, I agree with your comment. And regarding to the upcoming Rumpke hearing, Rich has a lot of things he spouts off about. In 2012, Rich engaged me to do an evaluation of the Rumpke error issues. My report back to him, based upon the information I had, was it is not a health hazard. Raj, what you've gotten from the county health people, it is not a health issue. And subsequently in 2012 or 2013, I testified in the Ohio EPA hearings about that. Subsequent, well, yes, you can smell things. Just because you can smell things doesn't mean it's a problem. The official Ohio EPA rulings and reports actually verified my position. So, Rich has all kind of issues and other people do about smells, but smells don't kill. And if you want to avail yourself of my professional background, you can. The height issue, that's a whole separate issue. And the so-called fire is not a fire. It's anaerobic. It's a reductive reaction. It is not an oxidative reaction.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce.
Okay.
Well, my favorite subject. And that's
You love Rumpke.
I just love that.
You love Rumpke. Say it. Say it like you mean it, Keith.
I say it like I mean it here. I'm tired of breathing damn chemicals.
If you want to know about the chemicals, they're all one thing. They're all carbon monoxide. All 4 chemicals they use to cover up the odor is carbon monoxide. And studies have been done. Carbon monoxide takes years off your life when you live in a highly air polluted area, which we are. We're living in Hamilton County, the 3rd highest polluted county in the state of Ohio. The 3rd.
Didn't know that.
And that's Rumpke's the reason. Rumpke's the biggest air polluter. Well, look at him as the earth polluter. He's the air polluter. He's releasing this chemical every day. 4 different chemicals, all carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. Anybody wants to get the sheets and read them, call 946-7777 and ask for the material data sheets on Rumpke's 4 chemicals. The material data sheets will tell you they're all pure air pollution they're releasing into the air. The dump's already burping air pollution, and all chemicals are air pollution. And the studies have been done at Harvard, is where the study was done. It says when you live in a highly polluted area, it takes years off your life. So it is doing damage to my life, and it is doing damage to my life. It's taking years away from me. What do you mean say? My dad lived to be 71. His dad lived to be 76. My grandma lived to be 84. My mom lived to be 69. What do you want me to say, you know? I'm just giving just wild thoughts here. But, you know, the reality is we are breathing this air pollution every day that Rumpke's releasing on us in this chemical to cover up the stench. Material data sheets is what you want to ask for, and read them. Material data sheets. Not the chemical sheets. You won't understand them unless you're a chemist. Get your material data sheets. They're made for the average person can understand what they're saying. One of them chemicals even says if you get on your clothes, you're not to remove your clothes from the facilities. Now, I mean, how bad is a chemical if you spill it, you can't even, if it gets on you, you leave your clothes there. You don't want them taken out in public. I mean, that's the chemicals they're releasing in the air. I mean, how many people even know they're smelling the dump? That's another thing. You know, I smell the chemical all the time. Of course, I worked for MSD. I smelled the sludge. You know, there's 250,000 tons of sludge is going in that dump a day. I worked for MSD, so I've talked to them. 250,000 tons.
Is that all burned as ash first?
No.
That was because of the incinerator issue down at Guest Street, right? Isn't that what that was from? I didn't know it was still keeping up with that. I don't think it's still coming up from
It's not
that.
coming from Guest Street. Guest Street won't take it.
Well, that incinerator shut down, and that was the whole. Wasn't that the
Miami
thing?
Incinerator shut down, and Muddy Creek's incinerator shut down.
Muddy Creek, there's a good name for a.
Running, but they won't burn the other 2 plants' stuff because they're not allowed to haul the stench through the city. But we can bring it out here and dump it in our neighborhood, and we have to smell it. But they're not allowed to haul it through the city because they're afraid them people are going to smell it. So how come they're better than me? How come I'm being treated like shit by the damn dump over there?
I'd say watch the language a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sludge. How come I'm being treated like sludge by the dump over there?
That's better, Keith.
Is
Thank
that
you.
much better? How about fecal matter? Is that better? Because that's what it is. It's fecal matter.
That's a better description of it, yeah.
But it's cakes what they're bringing in. It's put on a press, you know, the sludge is all put in, mixed with polymer. And then it's squeezed out, all the water, all the excess water squeezed out. But it still has water in it when it comes to the dump. You can squeeze it. I mean, I worked the building. You put on your gloves, you grab a handful, you can squeeze water out of it coming straight off the filter cake. So, you know, it has water in it. But also the sludge coming from the little Miami treatment plant has mercury in it. They weren't allowed to burn that because, you know, not allowed to burn the mercury.
Yeah.
But they're hauling out here to the dump, the sludge with mercury in it. So isn't that in our water tables? I realize they say they're checking all that. They check the air pollution. But you know what? They're not checking for the chemicals. They're not checking for air pollution. They're checking for gases. They're not checking the air pollution, which is affecting me. It's taking years off my life. That does bother me. It's taking years and quality of my life away, too, as well. Quality of this neighborhood is going down because of Rumpke. And we got to get 25 more years of that dump. Do we deserve over 100 years of that dump? We don't deserve 100 years of that dump. The dump's full. 40 years ago, the dump was full. And instead, we get a mountain built. 40 years, we had to build that mountain now. You know, everybody calls about Rumpke. You know, other communities laugh at us when we put up with that dump. Let me ask you a question. How many complaints does it take to be considered a nuisance?
We or them?
No, how many complaints does you guys take before you consider something a nuisance?
One for me, and then I try to deal with it, but
Complaints are on that dump a day?
I actually, no, I don't know. How many complaints do they get a day?
I have no idea. You know, I mean, myself, you know, it's an average, you know.
It looks like based on this information from
Why don't we
Rich,
shut the dump down on a nuisance?
If we had that power, I don't know.
25, when I asked the people on the meeting, so around, what, 25 a day,
25 a day?
at least.
Well, you know,
I didn't think it was that high, to
if
be
you had
honest.
25 a day, don't that put a hotel out of business?
If there was one near there, maybe.
Well, that's right, you wanted to, that's right. I loved it, that one, Greg. You told us, the meeting after you put the hotel out, that you'd like to bring what was it, a Holiday Inn to Colerain Avenue?
Yeah, I think that the old Toys R Us location, I think would be a great spot for a hotel.
Put out one hotel and bring in another.
Well, there's a difference in hotels, just like there's a difference in burgers, I suppose. I mean, they're not all the same. I know which hotel you're referring to, but there's a difference in hotels.
That's other,
With all due respect to all the
just know
hotel owners
something
out there.
About the dump. We don't need 25 more years at a dump.
I think that's already been decided for us, but
Well, you know, we fought with this man over here was hired by Dieters.
Yeah.
Dieters worked directly with Rumpke, so we didn't get a fair fight in the first place. And then we should have went ahead and challenged it. We didn't. We need to hire an environmental lawyer instead of this guy.
even though we lost, they are still paying us, and I think that's you got to give credit where credit's due, because very rarely in life do you lose and someone still pays. You know, it's just rare in life.
Pay us or just give them back some
Yeah,
money.
Jeff, how much are they giving us a year total now that Hughes Road's been vacated? The original was what, 1.2, and then this was another.
it's about
600.
$400,000.
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's about $400,000.
400 plus 1.2, so about 1.6 million they're giving us, which is essentially funding our road program, because prior to that we didn't. So, you know, you got to give credit where credit's due.
and some of that money's back from Colerain Township residents, but most of it's from the other communities that use the landfill.
You know, I personally believe they filled that dump as fast as they could on purpose. They went to every community around here and dictated, you know.
Well, it's a business. I mean, that's.
Well, building a monopoly is against the law.
Yeah, there's a few years left on that contract, and I think people know where I stand on that. But
That contract's got to be just, it should have never happened.
well, there are as much as even if you're totally against it, there are benefits to it, like the recycling aspect of it. I mean, if you look at the numbers of what they've been able to recycle since then versus in the past, that's significant. That's worth mentioning, and our residents need to know that when it comes time to vote to renew that contract or to get rid of it. And that is a you want to talk about town halls? That's a great thing to have a town hall for. Bring your boxing gloves. But yeah, that's.
Well, think of it, you talk about the recycle program. How come I see recycling garbage trucks over there in the dump?
How often do you see recycling trucks?
Trucks are supposed to go to St. Bernard, not over here to the dump.
Is that where they?
And they're in line. If you haven't seen it, go over there, just watch. You'll see recycling trucks waiting in line over there to dump.
Oh, I don't know how their business structure works with that.
It's supposed to be St. Bernard.
Well, maybe
One was a Wednesday, one was a Thursday and a Monday. The days I've caught them.
maybe they take them there and clean it first. I have no clue. Their
Trucks,
recycling program.
goes to St. Bernard. Rumpke gets St. Bernard recycling. He gives us more dump. This is he's supposed to be this in his neighborhood. He certainly don't treat like his neighborhood.
Well, I don't want to get into a personality or a character debate about the owners, but I can tell you from my experience, candidly, I've voted no against every Rumpke issue that's come before me, and they still treat me with the utmost respect. Every ribbon cutting, every anything, they're always so kind to me, and I respect that because the reality is I voted against them many times, and it's not that and there's been weird things each time, but that doesn't mean that I can't still respect them too and acknowledge the great things they've done for our community. I mean, look at the things that they've sponsored. Look at I don't know. It's hard to say nice things about Rumpke without making people mad. You know what I mean? But the reality is they do a lot of great things in our community. It's just, if I told our zoning director, I said, if we could just figure out a way to make it not smell. How do you make a landfill not smell? And so instead of the deodorant you're talking about, I thought, well, let's make it smell like Skyline. That'll make their business go through the roof, right? And there'll be a Skyline in every corner, or maybe cookies. I don't have those answers, but I do appreciate a company that's treated me with the utmost respect. So regardless how everyone feels about the expansion or the smell or whatever, I can tell you that the ownership for me personally, has always treated me with the utmost respect, and they have plenty of reasons to dislike me. Unfortunately, I've had to vote against them on, I think, the three things that's come before me. So, I don't know. And I do appreciate, again, them, after losing that case, them still paying us like 1.6 million. I think it's like 1.6 million, 1.65 million a year. I mean, that's fairly noble, I would say, because if I sued you, I wouldn't expect you to still pay me if I.
What, 3 years to get the money back that they give them that would have went to the school?
Oh, you're talking about now the
money Rumpke's got
TIF.
out of this building.
I think you're talking about the TIF thing.
Well, there's $4 million TIF. How about the fact that the news told me we built that building over there? I can't believe a word that anybody says this building that we didn't.
Well, yeah, the news is definitely wrong. We did not build their building.
Word comes out of this building that we didn't. I
Well,
just told you that.
You don't have to trust us, but
No, you bragging about bringing Duke to Colerain where you get our electric back on faster. You know, we don't do that. You know how that works? Hospitals get their electric back on faster, not Colerain Township.
I'm okay with that, actually. I mean,
there's a chain of control there. You know, I just wanted to bring that up because Dan wanted to
I think
brag on
I think it'll be great to, I know when they go to get parts, so right now they're either going to Queensgate or out on Kemper Road. It'll be nice to have all that stuff laid up in Colerain Township. You don't know you need it until everybody's power's off and you blow a couple.
Hospitals back on first.
Right, and they should.
Treatment plants.
I'd rather.
Neighborhoods are last. We had a hospital. We used to get our electric back on. Of course, Provident Hospital, nobody paid the bills.
I'd rather have the stuff a couple miles away than 20 miles away, so.
Still ain't gonna bring home faster. Still go to the hospitals first.
Yeah,
I'm a big infrastructure guy.
Well, you know, I mean, you wanted to toot your whistle that you brought them to Colerain, the wire will be there, and we'll get our electric back on faster. Well, that's just not true. Hospitals get theirs first. Thank you all for your attention. I'm gonna.
Thank you, Ken.
I'm gonna
Thank you
say
very
good
much.
night then.
thank you. Good night. Good night.
Thank you. Come on, man, please.
Did you get a hold of Kevin, by the way, before he left?
Yes, he did.
Oh, perfect. Thank you for that.
Normally I sit in the back, I don't say a whole lot.
Sorry, could you state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Linda Goggle, Linda S. Goggle. There's another Linda Goggle that lives on the east side of town.
Yeah, but you're the good Linda. We've made that distinction, so.
So you might want to wait until I get.
Oh, don't do this to me, Linda. Don't do this to me.
Okay, I just felt I really had to say something tonight. Ms. Davis brought up a subject that I had brought up actually over a year ago. And I brought it to your attention, Mr. Insco.
Let's hear it. Bring it to me again.
Okay. First, back in 2017, I was having a problem with a noise with Rumpke, and unfortunately, this is another Rumpke subject, where I live on a dead-end street. I live on the corner of a dead-end street, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, in the summertime, I hear this beep, 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 as they have to back up all the way down my street. I requested information from from Ms. Harlow on the Rumpke contract, because I pulled the Rumpke contract, and I read it, and I found out that there was a $100 fine for picking up garbage before, I believe it's either 6 or 6:30 in the morning. And I thought, all those mornings that I've been woke up
You should be
with this
rich.
beep, 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 the township could have been getting $100 apiece for it. Well, I requested the information. It took about 2 months to get it. And then once I did get it, I actually had also asked to find out about who the meetings, the monthly meetings that we're supposed to be having, who was holding them, if I could get copies of the minutes of what was discussed at it, who it is at Rumpke that we are supposed to be able to call the township, let them know what the problem is. They're supposed to have this hotline with Rumpke to address the situation. And basically, I was told that she didn't have those records. She didn't know of the meetings, that she didn't have those records.
Did you call Rumpke at the
Yes, I
at the
did.
time? Okay.
At the time when this first started, I called the police first to find out if there was a noise ordinance in Colerain Township. Then I called Rumpke, and I was told by Rumpke, we're in the normal course of business, so it doesn't matter what time of day it is. They knew they had a contract. They knew they were breaking the contract. But I was told it's in their normal course of business. At 4 o'clock in
Being
the
late
morning.
is in the normal course of business for them? Is that what you're saying? They said?
That's what they told me, was
Really?
it was in their normal course of business, so they were allowed to do it.
So what's an abnormal course of business? What's,
You tell me.
yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
The one thing that did come up, though, that I'm addressing with you, Mr. Insco, is when I brought it to your attention, I ask you, who's enforcing the contracts? Who's reviewing these contracts to find out that they're being enforced?
Yeah.
And you said it was us residents.
No, I think it's everybody. It falls on all of our hands to enforce those contracts. If I said us residents, I misspoke. Maybe I didn't comprehend what you're saying. Forgive me. We all need to enforce
So
it.
what I'm saying is that.
Do you report to the-
Ms. Davis is what she's saying. We have a contract with Rumpke. Rumpke is breaking the contract. And we, as this township, have no one looking over the contract, no one enforcing this contract. Or we would be collecting those $100 fines, those $200 fines. And again, just like over the holiday weekend, or the holiday of, what, New Year's and Christmas, they didn't pick up. I'm like, okay,
I
it's
noticed
the
that too.
holiday, it's a pass. But there's ordinance, I mean, what do we have a contract for if we're not gonna enforce
Well, I
it?
assume the penalty is so minimal that there's not much incentive for them to, yeah, I mean,
Did the,
You know
truck.
what? That
How many
has
trucks do
been
you-
brought up a number of times. It's only this, it's only that, it's only $7, it's only $10. When I was a kid, I was taught a penny is a penny.
Penny's a penny.
You add 100 of them up, you got $1.
you got that right.
$1's $1. It doesn't matter whether it's $1 or $100,000. Every dollar counts in this township.
Amen.
I pay taxes every year. I pay taxes for kids to go to school, and I don't even have any kids. I pay taxes. I expect my money to be paid or to be spent in a responsible way.
Yes.
If we have contracts with people, I expect those contracts to be, withheld, or to hold them up.
To Carrie's point, and obviously we need to look into this more, if we're spending, $1,000 to collect $100 doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Which I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm just throwing it out there. But I don't know. It certainly got my attention tonight because I did not comprehend that there's so much. Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah. And what do they do each year with the excess? Do you know? I don't know that. The excess every year. Do you know what they do with that? If there is an excess?
It rolls over.
It just rolls over? So we've got hundreds of thousands of dollars in an account? Is that what you're saying? Not hundreds, but
If we could, actually, the contract is very cool because it allows us to go back retroactively from the beginning, the first day of the contract, and we can recoup the fines for every violation, whether we did our part or not, we can go back and retroactively grant all this money. I say, give us 20,000 and let's start fresh. For each year, and we won't make you pull all the rest of it.
suggestion noted. That's good stuff. Why not,
Go ahead, Linda.
Come up here and speak. There's one other thing I wanted to say.
Thank
about
you for coming up
tonight.
here. Yes.
Was that as a former person that I was a manager for 8 chiropractic clinics that I managed simultaneously, I wrote my own policy book and procedure manual. That's something you can go back to, time and time again. No, I did not have 250-plus employees,
Yeah.
but I did have number of doctors and employees. And the time was not above the essence. This thing had to be done tonight. A work meeting could have been done, worked out all the little details, and then it be brought to the trustees to vote on it. It wasn't like you were working without any kind of a contract whatsoever. You had a policy manual in effect. Another 30 days was not going to make or break. I thought it was very irresponsible to go ahead and put a case on this. It kind of reminded me of the government having a bill brought up where they've got so many pages to it. Oh, well, let's just go ahead and pass it, and then we'll go back and fix it.
Fix it later. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not how you run a business. It shouldn't be how we run our township.
it's probably a little bit different when you have 3 people that can't talk to each other outside of a meeting.
That is the most frustrating thing. If we were
Your work.
and I love that idea. I didn't even know we could have a work session. When I asked Larry earlier, can we talk about this in executive session? He brought up the work session. That was news to me because I've never had board members that would even entertain that.
This is the first time you've had something come up that you need
No.
to
Do
have
you,
a
do you
work
remember the
session
old board, how much they kept me abreast? They didn't include me in anything. Now, I actually have people that'll work with me and we can actually do these. I can't remember in the last 2 years being privy to a work session. Maybe it happened and I didn't realize it, but yes, this is the first time, literally, because of how bad the previous, I mean, you know how it was.
This was posted 73 days ago, and the couple people that made comments to me about it, I incorporated those changes. We're set up to do, as soon as we figure out when, a work session on it, and Raj can bring forth changes he wants, and I can bring forth changes I want. And
What about me? Can I bring forward changes?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, in a board situation, you need to have two of us agree to it.
I understand that, but what was the urgency of having to pass it
I
tonight?
don't think it's been urgent. We took a lot of heat last year for not having a policy book. We brought in Jeff Weckbach in June. That's when June of 2018. This isn't something that just happened. This is something that's been going on for 7 or 8 months now.
And it's going to continue to go on. That's the way I looked at it.
Yeah.
It's a living, breathing thing, and if we'll update it as we need it, just like right now, as we're getting more information, we'll include that in the work session.
If there's policies people don't like, I'm happy to review them, just like with the retire, rehire policy.
Actually, we just fired a guy with the old policy. So, anybody else would like to,
Oh, thanks for speaking, Lynn. I didn't look up and see.
go
that.
ahead, Mike, come on.
Raj, he said, go ahead, come on.
Wait.
We need like intro music when you
A
come.
couple issues. Where's our service safety people at the start of the meeting? Is there a new policy or?
Yeah, you weren't here at the
Mike,
beginning of the meeting, I guess?
That's a recommendation they made, that they come and address to the trustee and directly, any kind of things we communicate.
But I think, they're a vital part of our township. I think we ought to at least have them represented at the table. Now, getting up and actually addressing the board at the podium is a good suggestion, but relegating them back in the room, I think is a little disrespectful. That's just my input on that.
We were going to sit them on each side of you, but we decided against that.
This is a trial basis, the first meeting, and we'll talk.
I thought to me it was disrespectful, so I'm gonna look over there, all jammed back there, tables sitting empty. Quite honestly, if anybody should be sitting in the back of the room.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, come on. We've been poorly served by this representation here all the way back at the Rumpke hearing. Have you ever litigated anything in a court of law?
But Mike,
We don't have to.
Mike, we talked about this.
Hey, Raj.
Mike, let's,
Because he has no backbone for litigation.
All right. We don't.
The state on an appeal level.
We don't
All I
have
hear
to-
out of the guy is an appeal.
Where's the gavel?
Mike.
Hey, when are you gonna get some kahunas and stand up against this dump over here? It's a nuisance, it's a hazard. And to sit here and say that it's not affecting people's health, well, it's affecting my welfare and my domicile and my well-being, when I can go out on my porch at the foot of Mount Healthy and smell the stench of that dump, it's affecting my life. And I expect my township representatives to stand up to it, not sit there and go, we can't file an appeal.
Hey, Mike,
Yeah, you can.
Mike,
You might
would
not be
you,
able to appeal the consent decree, but my God, you could have run that up there on that dump expansion, and now we're getting ready to talk about another 150 feet on top of that dump. Well, you already got a shyster a variance through 30 years ago for 75 feet. He just keeps getting what he wants. When are you gonna stand up to it? And he's buying you off at $1 million plus a year. Come on, that's
Mike, would you please, this is a different issue that this meeting comes on February 21st. We definitely encourage you to come to the meeting, but they are the one, they're going to issue a permit, and EPA, then we'll continue this fight. I totally agree with you.
No doubt about that, but it's not, you know what, and I'd say, hire a second attorney in here.
Yeah,
You know
sure.
how you keep your attorneys straight when you're hiring representation?
That's
You hire two of them to keep each other honest.
Would you please, we'll address this issue, different thing, and I really appreciate you to coming and talk, express your feelings. Okay, we'll try to conclude this meeting.
All
Thank
right.
you, Mike.
There's been a lot of good points brought up. It's
Thank
time
you.
to stand up for the people and
Sure.
bring in another attorney
Definitely.
that fights for me.
Thank you, Mike.
Not Rumpke.
Thank you very much.
Last administration was going to take money from Rumpke.
Thank
and
you.
look who's riding in the same boat with us.
Thanks, Mike. Now, we have Any need for the executive sessions? Good, sir.
I have never been more embarrassed than to have an administrator of this township walk out of a meeting. I don't care if the tone of a resident might not be appropriate. That is embarrassing. And I suggest the board get a rein on your boy.
Is he using the restroom, or where'd he go?
Yeah, dude.
With his books.
Look, if
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
say this, I guess it takes two or
Well,
three of us to agree. But if an employee feels attacked, I don't want them sticking around and having to do that. We got to stand up to people and I can't say I know how he feels, but if he felt that way, I respect that because I don't want our employee, especially Larry, like I feel bad. No resident should ever personally attack someone. You can disagree with his service and his job and everything he does, and you can even hate him.
Great.
But at the end of the day, you can't call him names. You just can't. You can't do that.
I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Make a motion.
You gotta make a motion
to adjourn the meeting. Okay,
I'll second it.
okay. Heather, would you please call?
Ms. Frensko? Mr. Rajagopal?
Aye.
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 Meeting is adjourned.
Good night.
And